Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. Let me just turn off our little overlay there so you can see me in my full 4K glory. Oh, it's starting to wear me down now. It's week 2, day 9, I think. One more day after this. We've got an absolutely packed day today, completely full. I mean, let me see how many sessions. It's a lot. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sessions. So yeah, it's going to be pretty busy. I just need to make sure I do a few housekeeping things. Otherwise, lots of stuff will beep and boop and go crazy in the background. And producer Martha is traveling yet again. She was telling me where else she's gone today. Not far, but still, wow. I think she's up in the frequent flyers club now. They probably go, "Oh, it's you again," whenever she goes to the airport. Good luck to her, and still managing to get a job done. It's quite incredible. Okay, so today is super busy. I'll say hello to a few people. We started earlier just so that it triggers the notifications. Some people don't get the emails. I don't know why. I've got a couple of different email accounts set up so that I can see what normal people see as well. I get the emails through. What can I say? But I know that that's not common, that some people are actually having problems. And that's why I try and start a little bit early so that it triggers that thing. So if you're on YouTube, I keep saying this, click on like and subscribe. It also works on Instagram, and it also works on LinkedIn and Facebook Live, I think. Meta Live, they call themselves now. But if you do that, we won't know it's you. We won't be able to look at your stuff or email you or anything like that. It will just give you a ping and tell you that we've gone live. Say hello to a few people. So now, hello there. Good to see you joining us again. You've been around more than once, I think, before. Yes, definitely. And Terry's always here. And that's not a criticism. That's noticing you're around a lot. I really enjoy that. Thank you for joining me. I'm sure Patrick will turn up in a moment because he's always there. He's been working very, very hard and answering all sorts of questions and stuff like that. And lots of the others of you, other people will turn up shortly. We have got a super packed day today, and I mean packed. We have got sessions from, let's have a look. Right, the first session is from one of my colleagues, Antonio Zapata. He works for Embarcadero, and it is about HTMX, flavor of the time, fashion, of the moment, but also really good technology. And that is called A Simple Approach to Dynamic Web Applications. Very, very good session. Antonio has worked quite a lot on that. I'm going to just show that so you can see what the title is now. But producer Martha made that happen in the background as I spoke the words out loud. It's amazing. But that will be our first session. Following that, we have got a really, really cool session from Yaroslav Brovin, a smart backpack controlled from a mobile application with FGX native. That is amazing. Really, really good session. And I've seen a little bit of it, and he doesn't mess it out. He actually does that as well. After that, we've got 5 essential steps to modernize your analytics application. Martha says we're both clicking. Yes, we are. Sorry, Martha. And that's by Daniel Shaw Dennis. And that is to do with Yellowfin. So really good session on that. That's actually a replay session later on in the day, and I'm going to jump over producer Martha's clicking. There's maximizing customer value with embedded analytics and Yellowfin, and that's by Edgar Kutzner. Poor old Edgar is in Australia, which means he has to get up super early to be there for the live Q&A, but he is going to be there. He tells me for sure. We've swapped emails backwards and forwards, and I like to say to Australians, they're living in the future, because it will be Friday Ed's time and Thursday my time. So we're time traveling. It's like he's talking to me from the future, from some time traveling thing. But before that and after the 5 essential steps is a session by Ali Deban. Ali is a very, very good MVP, and it is about a product called Easy DB Migrator. You need to watch this session if you work with databases and you often think, oh, you know what, I really want to take it from this type of database and start using a different database technology because I like some of the features that one was doing. Our session's all about that, and it's a very interesting session, so pop along for that. And then that's going to be at 1 p.m. my time, so 3 hours from now, 1, 2, 3, 4 hours from now, actually. That's when his session will start. After that, we've got a bit of a gap, so we're probably going to play a replay, or depending on how much we've slipped, because with this many sessions, if we overrun by 5 or 10 minutes, then things tend to slip along, and we've got a little bit of a gap for padding. But if not, then we'll probably have a replay. Otherwise, I might do something live. We'll see how it goes. Tomorrow is our last day, and we're going out with a bang. Martha, you don't need to type all these in because I know you will try otherwise. But tomorrow we're starting off with Ultra Edit, about Ultra Edit with Bradley Hawkins. Bradley is senior guy at Ultra Edit, knows his stuff. He's going to give you all the tips and tricks about Ultra Edit so you can actually appreciate what it can do. I will show you Ultra Edit probably around about 2 p.m. today. And just talk about how I use it, because I actually use that product. I really like it. And Bradley on tomorrow morning on the first session is going to go into a lot more depth. It does many things you don't realize it can do. It can open a file like a log file and then keep displaying as new lines are added whilst you're editing it. It was really crazy. But XML handling, and I think it does CSV handling, hex editing and stuff like that. Ultra Edit, great. If you've got a big file to open, like a big CSV file that's, say, 1 gigabyte long, Ultra Edit can handle that, and very few other editors can. So if you want to see that kind of insanity going on, then join us tomorrow morning for the first session. After that, Dr. Kevin Bond, very good educator, get on very well with Kevin, and he's going to be talking about functional programming, if you're into computer science and also into the kind of clean code kind of way of doing things, and probably how to program properly. Or if you're thinking about looking for another job in the future, maybe you should learn about functional programming, because it is one of those things that can actually give you some benefits. It's not for everybody. Not everybody goes down that route. But, object orientation, functional programming, and things like clean code are techniques you should at least know about, even if you choose not to use them. But Dr. Kevin Bond is going to put the case for why functional programming is great. Following that, something else is a little bit esoteric, and that is a session by Paul McGee. He's another Australian, so I'm not quite sure what time he's going to get up if he joins in the live Q&A, but he never sleeps. He's always messaging me. And that is coroutines. What the heck are they? And a very interesting session. I have to say, I had to look at his video a bit to work out what they are, because even I wasn't sure. And following that is another session by Ali Deban about an open API wizard. And then we're going to finish it off at 2 p.m. tomorrow, my time, so US Central Time. And that is Delphi tips and tricks. If there's anything you ever thought, oh, I wonder if there's a quicker way of doing this, or I wonder if there's a better way of doing this, or whatever. The master of that kind of thing is going to join us, and that's Marco G from GDK. GDK put on the Delphi Summit this year. It was a wow event. I mean, a real fantastic event. And we'll probably show you a little after summit video that they made, which will give you a flavor of how incredible the Delphi Summit was. They held it in a video gaming arena. Good move, because loads of people were like, oh, there's video games to play and things like that. But not only that, they got together some of the greatest people in the Delphi world, really, and put on just an amazing bunch of stuff. It even had Jim and I dressed up as Star Trek captains. Jim was James T. Kirk, complete with a wig, and he did look a bit like him. And of course, I was the the Patrick Stewart, Sir Patrick Stewart, as Picard, because, you know, I don't have a lot of hair and I refuse to wear a wig. I'm happily, you know, shiny on top. But anyway, great stuff. Marco G's Delphi tips and tricks. And he's got a few other things up his sleeve as well that we'll talk about. So that takes us to today's session. And I'm just going to give everybody a couple of seconds just to get their self together. But let's have a look who we've got. I've already said hello to Terry and Senor. And who else we've got? Einstein 8854. Salut. Bon après-midi. I think it is afternoon for you. But in Nantes, in France, a beautiful region. And very well worth visiting if you ever go to France. And also Andrea G is there. Hello, Ian. Good morning. Good morning, Andrea. I hope you're keeping well. And Adele says, Hola de Marruecos. Hello from Morocco. I think that says. I'm not sure. I apologize if I've gotten that wrong. Is it Marruecos is the town? Anyway, maybe it means something else. I don't know. But hola, yes, hola to you. As a native Texan, I'm required to understand some Spanish so that I can eat well, because Tex-Mex food is fantastic. Greetings from Taipei again. Nolan is joining us once again. He's been here every single day. I really appreciate it. And, Antonio is here already in the chat. My colleague and friend, Antonio Zapata, whose first session is coming up any second now. Really great guy. I get on very well with Antonio. He's a super, super guy. And Adele says, hola. So that's good. Ricardo says, hello, everyone. And Daniel Fernandez Gonzalez Pena says, hi, everyone, from Florida Blanca, Santander, Colombia. Wow, all the way from Colombia. Love it. Backhand 67 from Florida in the USA. Sunny 60 degrees in California. Yeah, it's going to be 102 again today in Texas. So we'll take your sun and up you on that. We will beat you today. But Gary, thanks for saying hi. And Adele, yes, hello from Morocco. So I was right. I thought it was. So that's fantastic. Morocco is super hot. It's in the summer there. And Antonio says, yes. And hello from Geneva in Italy. So ciao, Ricardo. And bonjour from Montreal, Canada. Yes. Bonjour, Jean. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for everyone. Well, I think we've given everybody enough time to work out that we're live. And Adele says, Antonio, we met in London conference twice. Ooh. Actually, Antonio and I have not actually met in the flesh. We've been in lots of meetings together, and we do often work together and collaborate on all sorts of things, but we've never actually met in person. But I believe we are later this year in, coincidentally, in Porto, in Portugal. I think that's right, but Antonio will correct me if I'm wrong, but we'll see how it goes. Anyway, so we're going to start the first session, and that is from Antonio Zapata, who we just talked about, and it is a simpler approach to dynamic web applications by my colleague Antonio Zapata, and it's basically about HTMX. And we'll be back. It's an hour long, so we might slip a few of our sessions today because a few of them slightly overrun. But I'll see you later. Thanks for joining.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this introduction to HTMX. In this session, we're going to be seeing what HTMX is, and also we're going to be going through a basic introduction about what HTTP is, Ajax, etc. And also we will see a bit how you can integrate this with Rather Studio and which solutions you could develop leveraging HTMX and Rather Studio. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Antonio Zapater, and I'm a pre-sales consultant engineer in Embarcadero. I want to leave clear that this presentation I was asked to do, it's 100% from my personal opinion. So I'm not representing Embarcadero in this regard. And even though we're pretty much aligned, of course, about how we can see the technology, etc., this HTMX session is purely my personal opinion. This is the agenda. I mean, it's pretty much each slide here in a bullet point. But yeah, we're going to see an introduction to HTMX. Then we will talk a bit about web broker. We will do a fairly lengthy demo. We will compare HTMX with other JS front ends, as in pros and cons, etc. Some use cases, and then some extra bits for how you can spice things up with HTMX. And if we have the time, we will do Q&A at the end. Okay, so we're going to start very basic. If you're familiar with web development, probably this is going to be too basic for you. But it's important sometimes to just remind ourselves and come back to the basics to understand all the technology that lays on top of the foundational concepts of, in this case, web development. So, what is HTTP? Well, HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and is the foundation of data communication on the web. It defines how messages are formatted and transmitted, and how web servers and browsers should respond to various commands. So it's pretty much the communication protocol used for nearly everything, really. So the most fundamental communication protocol on the internet. With HTTP, we can have, well, theoretically 4 or 5, but there are some extra ones. But anyway, the basic methods used for HTTP are get, post, put, and patch, and delete. When you access, for example, a website, so you type the website, or you Google something, then you're going to send a GET request to that web server. So you request a specific URL, and then the server returns most of the times just an HTML. Then we have the post request, what means that we're going to create something. This is also quite common if you're even with plain HTML. For example, if you're familiar with basic web development, a form, usually you send a post request when you fill a form, a contact form, for example, with saying to the server, hey, here are the details. So it's not just a GET request where we're requesting something. In this case, we're sending as well some data in some sort of form to the server. Then we have the other ones that are not as common as in basic HTML. Usually they're more related with REST APIs or other types of development. We have put and patch. These two, I put them together because, well, if you're familiar with web development, you probably know that there's always a lot of discussion and confusion regarding this and how people implement them. Theoretically, put and patch are for updating values in the server. So we have post, that was for creating. But in case we want to modify something, we send a put or a patch request to the backend. We're not going to get into the differences between these because we could spend a whole hour talking about that. So then we have delete. That is very self-explanatory. We send a request to the server saying, hey, delete whatever. And then the request, HTTP request flow, very basic stuff too. We have the client, that could be a browser or any service that sends an HTTP request to the server. We need to remember that the request is not just what we see, let's say the URL, or even if it's a post or a put, is not also the body that we're sending. An HTTP request also has headers. And that's very important because that's usually where the security stuff lives. For example, all the cookies, also information about your browser, or if you're using a REST API and you need to authenticate with a, I don't know, JSON Web Token or something, all that needs to be in the header. And then the server processes that request and sends back a response. The response will contain a status code and also headers that we could resend the same ones we got, or we can add our extra ones. We have validation stuff like e-tags or something like that. All that could be should be added in the header as well. And the status code, which is the probably, if you're not familiar with web development, you've heard about, of course, 404, which is not found. Well, that's a status code of a response. But the standard one is a 200, which is cool. It's okay. So 200, everything went fine. Here's the response. And then we have, for example, 201, which is created. So when we send a post request, the server should return a 201. And there is this is a standardized. You can find on the internet all the status codes and what they mean. Excuse me. If you hear me coughing, I do apologize, but I have a cold, so I'm not in my best shape at the moment. Okay, and I also want to clarify that responses could be pretty much anything. For a website, usually it's an HTML, but of course could be a JSON, could be an image, could be a file, could be pretty much anything. It's up to the server, and based on the request we send, what we're gonna get in return. And AJAX, probably you've heard that as well. It stands for Asynchronous JavaScript and XML. So that's AJAX, even though XML is not as popular as it used to, and nowadays pretty much everything is JSON, but it stayed in the name. So, and what it does is just an extra functionality to HTTP requests, but these ones are being done asynchronously in the background. So how it works, a user interacts with a page. So for example, it clicks a button, and then JavaScript sends a request to the server behind the scenes. So it doesn't fully reload the page. The server processes the request and sends back the data. So, and then with JavaScript, we update the web page without reloading the entire page. So it's pretty much exactly an HTTP request, but it's done asynchronously and without blocking the UI for the user. In this way, for example, one of the benefits is that we can provide a much smoother user experience because we don't need to reload the whole page every time something changes. We can do a more surgical update to just a specific table or a specific panel or whatever. Also reduces the server load a lot because it doesn't need to be constantly regenerating a whole HTML page or returning in case we have dynamic HTML. It's not static, but yeah, it's a more concise, specific request. And the problems usually are that, well, of course, you need to know JavaScript to be able to leverage this approach, and often leads to complex and error-prone code. Because I mean, if you've been developing with JavaScript, you know that it's not the easiest experience, and the nature of the language that is not typed, and it's not easy. So you need to be very, very careful about how you structure your code, because you can end up with very complex applications when you need to send a lot of requests, etc. Okay, so what's HTMX? Reading from the website, we have HTMX that allows you to access AJAX, CSS, transitions, WebSockets, and servers send events directly in HTML using attributes, so you can build modern user interfaces with the simplicity and power of hypertext. So what does this mean? It means that if you've developed with JavaScript, all the HTML stays in one file, and then all the JavaScript, well, you can put it between script tags inside the same HTML, but usually you're going to put all your JavaScript in a different file. With HTMX, what we do is like we leverage exactly the same approach that HTML already offers using hypermedia, and we define attributes inside each tag. So for example, we have a button, we can put JavaScript and events and behaviors directly inside the button without the need of hooking that event from JavaScript and add a listener, etc., etc. I want to leave clear that HTMX is JavaScript, really. So it's just what it does is like it's like syntactic sugar that adds you or makes your life easier. But behind the scenes, what it's doing is pretty much converting all these tags, etc., to real vanilla JavaScript. In case you like memes, as I do, HTMX is a great source of memes because it has taken the world a bit by storm. Not a lot of people like it. I personally do. Usually people that won't like it are front-end developers because HTMX kind of removes the concept of front-end development and brings back everything to the back-end as it used to many years ago, but now with a much modern approach. And so now a back-end developer, when uses HTMX, it becomes pretty much a full-stack developer. And HTMX is great, the community is brilliant, and you can have a lot of fun. I disagree with the concept that it doesn't look professional just because they create a lot of memes. I do like memes. Anyway, this is one of them. You can find plenty of them, even in their website, not only on Reddit or the communities. Some of the key features of HTMX is that, as I said, it uses standard HTTP requests. So it uses AJAX, really. We have server-side rendering with dynamic updates. So we have this benefits we were talking about earlier. This got very popular back in the day with jQuery when it became the standard for development because it made this very easy. Also, the JavaScript standards back then were much messier. Nowadays, you can pretty much do the same thing with that you could do with jQuery now with vanilla JavaScript. But still, this HTMX follows, at least for me, follows pretty much the same concept. It's like technology that you could already, or approaches that you could already achieve. It makes them easier to maintain and to read. We can also do partial page updates without full reload, but in a very easy way. And one of my favorite reasons is that it's fully backend agnostic. What does it mean? That HTMX is not tied to any language in the backend. You can use HTMX with Delphi. You can use HTMX with Go. You can use HTMX with Ruby on Rails, with PHP, with Python. It doesn't really matter. As long as the backend returns what HTMX expects, you're good to go. Some of the benefits is like extremely lightweight. And on the web space, this really matters. People are very obsessed with initial payloads, and HTMX is roughly 15 kilobytes minimized and dezipped. And just as reference, for example, Vue, just the foundation library of Vue is 14 kilobytes. Probably, if you're not coming from the web space, you will think that this difference is ridiculous. We're talking at the kilobyte level, but trust me, 1 kilobyte can make a big difference in the web space, and developers are really trying to push each kilobyte to the limit. My favorite one is like it has 0 dependencies. No dependencies whatsoever. You just include a script tag in your header and you're good to go. Why is this important? If you've developed for web using pretty much any technology like React, Vue, Angular, even Laravel or PHP, you name it. Once you do the first scaffolding of your project, you're going to have an insane amount of dependencies out of the box. And we haven't even started coding yet. So all those dependencies at first, it can look like an upside, thinking, okay, I have all this functionality and I didn't have to do anything. But the problem is in the long term. Once you need to start updating these libraries and then you start to have discrepancies between them, one version is not compatible with the other. And it can get messy very, very quickly, mostly when as your project grows, because you're going to add more dependencies to your project. In this case, on the front end, we will have only one dependency, which is HTMX. All our dependencies will be dealt with in the backend. Reduces complexity of client-side JavaScript because now we don't have much JavaScript going on the front end, and also maintains a familiar HTML-centric approach. As I mentioned, it uses, as we will see in a second, it uses the HTML tags themselves to hook little attributes for HTMX. Okay, HTMX versus traditional Ajax. Simplifies Ajax by embedding behavior directly in HTML. No need for complex JavaScript. Everything is declarative in HTML. So we see let's see an example. Here we can see a very basic code. We have two tags. We have a button and we have a div. And as we can see here, we have the hx get, which is not HTML standard attribute, but every time you see something hx, it means that it's HTMX. And in this case, we're saying to this button, hey, whenever you get clicked, send an AJAX request to this endpoint. And then we're aiming to hx target, saying, and whatever comes from this endpoint, put it inside target. And the only thing we need to do is define where that target is. In this case, it's this ID. If you haven't developed at all whatsoever, this is ID, defining an ID. This is a standard on HTML. This is used for CSS primarily, and also for JavaScript for identifying, let's say, components in your application. So once we identify in a unique way something in our website, then we can target it from HTMX. Of course, we can do exactly the same thing with JavaScript. If we follow a traditional approach, we're going to end up with this code. We have at the top, we can see that we have our HTML tags. We have our button. In this case, we need to identify it as well with ID, my button. And then we have the div, where whatever we get from the server will be put in. And then we have our script tag that, as I mentioned earlier, could be in the same HTML file, but usually JavaScript lives in different files. And in this case, what we're doing, we using vanilla JavaScript, we get an element by ID, in this case my button, and then we add a listener. I say, okay, on click. And then whenever it's been clicked, we fetch from endpoint. And then whenever that AJAX request has been fulfilled, we need to get the text from the response. And then we get that from that text, we need to put it in the element by ID result, and we change the inner HTML. As you can see, yeah, same functionality, but you just need to compare the code. We have two lines here where we embedded all the business logic right there. And the bit that I really like is like you don't need to spread your code around in your application. You just need to put everything inside your properties and attributes. As you can imagine, there are plenty of different attributes and triggers and listeners, etc. So HTMX is very powerful, although not overwhelming, I have to say. You have a QR code up there, which is for the documentation of HTMX. You can easily read through the whole documentation in one day, maybe a couple of days. And you are going to end up using just a handful of all these attributes. It's not like you're going to need to know absolutely everything. But one of the most used ones, or the most popular ones that you're going to see in tutorials and some documentation, you have hx get, post, put, delete. So we're coming back to the HTTP requests. You can define right there the nature of the request you're going to send to the endpoint. Then we have to target what we want to do with whatever the server returns. Then we have hx swap. We will see in the demo how what it does. But what you can define is, for example, that I want to replace only the inner HTML. I want to replace the whole HTML tag. For example, if it's a div, I want to replace the whole div with whatever the server returns, you can append the stuff, for example, before the end, in case if you have a very long table and you don't want to be returning from the server the whole table every time, you can just define that the post request returns only the new line, and you can add it at the end of a div. Multiple ways of swapping and to make it more optimal and optimized. And then HX boost, that is very common as well, to add more progressive enhancement for links and forms. Not mandatory, but take a look at it because it's quite common to see it. And then we have triggers. For example, you can define an HX trigger. It specifies an events that will trigger the request. For example, click, change, load, or you can even create your custom events. On the button we saw earlier, that example, I was a bit cheeky because that behind the scenes, HTMX hooks automatically an HX trigger on click on buttons, because 99% of times the events linked to a button are going to be on click. So HTMX just does that for you automatically. But for example, if you want to do something more exotic, like a hover or something like that on a button, you need to define a trigger. But again, that will live directly in your button. You don't need to put this code somewhere else. And you can even define very declarative triggers. For example, every 2 seconds, trigger this. So it doesn't matter interaction of the user. Just execute this every 2 seconds. There's plenty of documentation about how you can declaratively define, because it's so easy to read, really. You see every 2 seconds, execute this, full stop. And also you can define listeners, like for example, for before request, after swap. This is a bit more advanced stuff. But again, all these tags, all these attributes will be on your standard HTML tags. To compare very quickly, I don't want to really start a fight about what framework is better or why HTMX is better than other frameworks. I think it's not the whole point of this. We live in a world that really you have to choose one side, and then automatically you're against all the rest. And I've heard a lot of hate of people saying that because HTMX is very nice and refreshing, then automatically you hate all the rest of frameworks, and I honestly don't believe that. It makes sense for a lot of projects to use something not as complicated as full-blown JavaScript frameworks. But just some benefits. For example, on React, Vue, Angular, and Svelte, you name it, you can put the JS framework of the week. We have the source of truth is very tricky to handle. If you're not familiar with it, it's usually called the state management. And it gets quite complex because if you think about it, you have 2 different projects that the only way of communicating between each other usually is JSON. So you have your front-end website, and then you have your back-end service. And usually your back-end is going to store all the data in some sort of database, but then the front-end needs to store that data as well. So you need to be very careful about keeping those in sync. So you end up with 2 states. And to deal with this on React, you can use React hooks if your application is not too complex. But usually you will end up using Redux or Pinia on Vue or Vuex, was the previous one. But yeah, I've been working in web development and state management on the front end. It gets very tricky. Complexity. These frameworks that came to make our lives easier have got so complex that the learning curve to get into these is really overwhelming. And sometimes to make a small project like a simple web app to show or to offer to your customers, for example, with a little information about your main software, it feels a bit overkill. Once you scaffold your project and the amount of stuff that is already there just to create a couple of pages, it's quite complex. And performance, some people could argue about this, but because they're so heavy on JavaScript, depending on the device you're running into. For example, all mobiles, etc., they don't look as snappy as they should, because is the client the one that has to be dealing with virtual DOM and stuff like that. But how do we solve all this with HTMX? Well, we don't have complex state management anymore, because your source of truth is in the backend. So full stop. Your database is the source of truth, or whatever system you use to store your data. And even if you need to store some sort of state on your front end, you can stuff all that in your HTML directly. So your HTML is your state in case you need to store something. But 99% of times you're going to have your source of truth on the back end, as it used to be many years ago. It's very easy to reason about because no need to state syncing, which is seriously a big headache, at least it was for me. And simple to use for small to medium-sized projects. The learning curve is very, very, very low, because literally you can be in a few hours, you can be up and running, prototyping stuff already. And server-driven approach nowadays, with the type of servers we have, and we have the cloud, etc., it's completely different scenario than 10 years ago when React was announced. Just let that sink in. React is 10 years old. So the problems we had on the web 10 years ago are not the same problems that we're having nowadays. So bringing things back to the server, mostly for small, mid-sized projects, at least for me, it makes a lot of sense. We're going to be talking about Web Broker as well. Web Broker is a framework within Rad Studio that enables developers to create web applications and web services. It's not very popular. Not a lot of people know about it, and just that's the reason why I wanted to have a slide about it. And it supports the development of RESTful services, SOAP services, and many other stuff. And it's quite cool, and it gets along very well with HTMX as well. And actually, we're going to be using Web Broker to create the demos today. The key features are that it handles HTTP requests and responses, supports the standard web technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, etc. It scales quite nicely as well. So if you're going to have a serious amount of users connecting to your backend, I mean, you can even scale that horizontally if you want to, if you put in some Docker containers, but again, not the topic for this presentation. And Web Broker itself is has a set of different components. We have the web module that is a container for web actions. It's pretty much like a router, if you're familiar with other frameworks. Then we have web action items that defines the type of request, so the method, if it's going to be a get, post, etc. Then we have a web request, and then we have the response. We will see in the demo all this, and it will make much more sense. Okay, let's get our hands dirty and let's start coding. Okay, so here we are on my computer, and I have Rad Studio open down here. To create a new web server application, well, in my case, I have a shortcut here because I use it regularly, but if you don't, you can come here to File, New, and in Other, Web, you will find two options. One is to create a SOAP server, which is not the case, and we're going to choose Web Server. Here you can, we're going to choose Linux as well because, I mean, let's be honest, if you're going to deploy in the cloud at some point, Linux is pretty much the standard nowadays. You can choose between 3 modes. You could even create, if you want to, like an Apache module, but I usually use a standalone console applications because, for example, if you're going to create a Docker image, it's usually easier to handle. So the console application lives inside the container. This is the default port. It's going to be running 8080. You can change this, not a problem. Just be sure that this port is available in your computer before creating this project. And once we click finish, the wizard creates the project for us. First thing we're going to do, let's save this. I'm going to save it, say this desktop. Never save your projects in the desktop. Don't do like me. Let's name this code gear. And let's leave the default names as should do. Okay, let's analyze a bit all the files that have been created. This is the project source code. So we have our units, and this is, you will see in a second, the assistant that will be launched in the console. So we're going to have a few commands that we can execute. We have the server constants, which are pretty much just the text that you will see in the console application. Of course, you can change this. And the important bit, which is the web module unit. If we access the visual bits of it, you will see that it looks pretty much like a data module, but it's a web module. And here we have the actions. The actions are, let's say, the endpoints that is web server is going to be handling. In case, hopefully you remember that we were talking about earlier, the different types of methods. So you can see here, we can have get, post, put, delete, etc. So in this way, you can customize each endpoint. In this case, we have just one by default. That is the root of the website, and we have an action method assigned to this, or an event to be more precise, and it just returns a very bare bones HTML. Just to be sure that this is working, let's execute it. And as you can see here, this is the console application. Now we have to type start, and our application is running in port 8080. Just to be sure that this is working, let's access localhost 8080, and off we go. We have our very basic website. Okay, let's start to do something interesting with this. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new unit, and we will see in a second why. Let's save this. Let's name it as HTML, templates. If I can type correctly. Cool. And here we're going to be defining a bunch of consts. They're going to be multi-line string literals, because we're on version 12.1 here, so we can use these. Of course, if you're going to develop a more complex real-world application, I would encourage you to use some sort of template engine. You can use multiple ones available out there. But for this demo, which is primarily focused on HTMX, constants are going to be just fine. So first we need a HTML base template. And in case you haven't used multi-line string literals, you define them with 3 quotes. And here I'm going to be a bit lazy. I'm going to copy and paste a basic scaffolding, because this is very, very standard basic HTML scaffolding. The only thing is a script tag that is pulling HTMX. In this case is 2.02, which is the latest version when I'm recording this video. But of course you can replace this with whatever you need. And let's create inside the body just an H1. Let's assign this already an ID of header, because we're going to use that in a bit. And let's say hello code gear. If I can type. God, I'm particularly clumsy today. Okay, something I usually do as well, change the format of the files to UTF-8. And you're probably wondering why. Well, because now we can use emojis, and that's very important. So now I can put my trusty flamenco dancer there, and we can even see it right there. Cool. Just to be sure that everything is working, let's execute this again. And now, well, actually we need to assign this somewhere, because I haven't assigned it to our endpoint. We need to add users here, HTML templates, and down here, instead this content, this request, this action, You can see here we're getting the request, we're getting the response, so we can manipulate this or access information that is coming through in the request. We will see an example later. For the time being, we're going to only replace this basic HTML with our HTML-based template. Constant, and this should be good to go. Something I'm also going to do, because now every time we execute this, we need to type start. And trust me, if you're debugging something, it gets quite annoying. So what I usually do is I come to the project code, and down here, right here, what I do is I define a compile directive. So I say if we are on debug, and then we close the if. And here where we can do, now this one is start server, server, and we need to end if Antonio. Okay, so what this is going to do is just every time we execute the application, it will start the server, but only if we're on debug mode. So that way we will avoid typing start all the time. So now when we execute, it runs automatically in port 8080. Cool. If we come back here, now we have our little flamenco dancer right there. Brilliant. Okay, next stop. Let's start adding some HTMX stuff, because so far, I'm going to close this one, we haven't done anything HTMX wise. So we're going to create here a button. It's going to be a button, and let me think. Okay, we're going to use a get, and let's name the endpoint hello world, and we're going to target the ID header, and let's put a click me, and let's close the button. So what this is going to do, this is pretty much the example we've seen in the slides. We're going to call the endpoint hello world using a get method, and the result that we will be getting is going to be included in the header. So we need to create now the endpoint hello world. And to do that, simply we come here and we define a new action. We're going to name this hello world, and the path info, which is the URI, is going to be hello world, and the event or the action, we're going to get the response and the content of the response. For this example, we're not going to define a template.
Sorry about that, everyone. That was my fault.
And let's add an emoji, of course. Let's search for the earth. There you go. And now we should be able... Oh yeah, because I haven't changed this one to UTF-8, it's just warning me that I'm using not valid character. We just click yes, let's change it to UTF-8, and now we're good to go. Okay, now if we execute this, now we have the button, and if we click it, then we have the hello world that has been called to the backend through an AJAX request. If we come to the dev tools and we come to network, you will see that it has sent a hello world request. And if we come to analyze it, the response has been the hello world, and then has been replaced in the target we defined. Okay, so we have a very bare bones hello world, but let's try to do something a bit more interesting, which could be, let's say, okay, let's add a counter. It's going to be an integer, and let's initialize this on create, and every time we click, we're going to increment it And let's just add here at the end, and let's say f counter to string. Okay, so now every time we click, our field will be incremented by 1, and we will concatenate that to the end of the string. So now we're gonna have a more dynamic example, because so far we could click that only once. Cool. Okay, so as you can see, a bunch of requests going to our backend, but we're not refreshing the page. We're replacing only this bit right here. Okay, again, very basic example, but we can do, of course, way more than this. We could spend hours just playing around with this, but let's make something slightly more interesting, which is let's add a little form, and then we will be able to send some data to our backend, grab it, and then return it on our website. Let's create, let's call this submit, and you will understand it in a second. We're gonna keep using our trusty multi-line string literals, and this is going to be a form. Well, actually, we need to create one first up here. Form, and this is going first. Let's make it disabled. So we're going to request an edit to the backend, so it will return us the activated form. So in this way, you're going to be able to verify that we can do validation as well at the backend level. So this is, we're going to replace the whole HTML. And let's close the tag form. And now we need to create a couple of fields. Well, actually, technically one, and one is going to be a button. This is all just a standard HTML. Of course, to leverage this kind of approach, you need to know at least the very basic HTML standards. But honestly, it's so easy to learn and so basic, and the internet is just full of content about how to create this kind of basic HTML tags. We're going to see this in a second. We're going to have this input disable, and we're going to have this another, which is going to be type submit, which is going to be a button, and the value is going to be edit. Okay, so far let's leave it like this, and then once we see what this is doing, I think it will make more sense the next part. So now we have the field set. We can see here is defined by a group, and we have an edit, and then we have a button that we can click. And at the moment, of course, it's just returning the default endpoint, which is not what we want to. And we need to return the submit one. So what we want to do is we want to replace exactly the same form, but we're going to edit a few things. In this case, the form we will return is going to send a post request to the endpoints submit, and is going to be edit activated. Let's say we're going to remove the disable property, and then this should be the same. Let's add just into the button value, let's say submit, and here let's add just an emoji, like a very basic one. Okay, now we need to create the endpoints for this, and to do so, we've already done it. We just need to come here to actions. We're going to create two endpoints. One is going to be edit /edit, and the other one is going to be submit /submit. And now the actions are going to be, this one is going to be that simple. This is going to be just the no, sorry, this is edit. It's not submit. Edit, Antonio. And so yeah, this is going to be the edited in edit mode form, and we need another one, which is going to be the submit, which is once we've finished. And this is going to be pretty much this. So same form exactly as the one we have, but we're going to be adding down here a tag, which is we use for documentation, but for this kind of example, it's going to be more than enough. QBD. Okay. So in this case, we return the edit. And in the other one, so far, we're going to just return the submit. We will see in an example later how we can extract that edit value that is going to come in the post request, which is going to be the final result. But just for the time being, let's see if this works. So at the moment, the only thing we need to do just to verify that when we click edit, this form changes. And it does change. So now the edit is activated, and then we can type, and then we can click submit. But you can say, but Antonio, this looks very ugly. This Times New Roman is killing me. And I cannot but agree with you. So for formatting HTML, we need to know some CSS, or we can be clever and use multiple libraries that are out there that are going to do most of the heavy lifting for us. I personally like one a lot that is called Pico CSS. Of course, you can use Bootstrap or any other, or Tailwind or whatever you feel more comfortable with. But I do like Pico CSS because it's very semantic. It doesn't imply using a lot of classes, because in most of the time you need to add a bazillion classes to each component in your HTML. And in this case, because it leverages the types that are already, or the nature of the attribute, for example, an H1 will be automatically formatted as an H1. Same thing for inputs, for buttons, etc. And you only need to do some very, very minor adjustments to use containers so your content is responsive, etc. But just as a quick example, I only added the CSS using the CDN. So now if we execute this, I haven't added not even a class to any of the components. If we execute this again, now still we need some formatting when it comes to containers, but hey, I haven't done anything, and I'm already getting a much better looking website. So the only thing I'm going to do to have this is slightly better looking is to define a container. To define a container, we simply need to come here, and we can create class container. And this is going to end here under the form. And let's indent this. And this, theoretically, it should give us a slightly better looking with margins and stuff like that. There you go. So now this is slightly more responsive, and it looks much better. But as you can see, even the font size and everything, it's already there for us. And Pico CSS is ridiculously small. Like I'm talking about kilobytes. Okay. So now when we click edit, we can edit our input. We can click submit, but nothing happens. So we get this %s, which is what we defined in our template. But the plan is that whatever I type here, once I click submit, it goes into this tag down here. So to do that, if you're familiar with Delphi or Rudder Studio, hopefully you know the answer, which is just pretty much coming here to what is submit here. We just need to we need to create a variable to extract from the response Here's under request, content fields, values. Because HTMX for us, when we send a post request, everything that is, all the values inside that form are included automatically. So our backend is receiving all those values already with whichever name we assign to those inputs or radio buttons or whatever. In this case, we have the template that we have an input that the name is edit. So the value that is included inside this edit is going to be inside this array here. So we have that value. Of course, we could do some validation here. We could check if it's empty, if it's not empty, if it's an email. You could verify if it's an email form. But in this case, just for the demo, the only thing we're going to be doing is to we're going to get the string format, and we're going to say, okay, in the CSubmit template, we're going to replace lResponse. So what it's going to do is whatever we add there is going to replace the %s with that value. Let's execute this again. And there you go. There you have it. So we didn't need to, as you could see, we didn't, not even once we need to refresh anything. Everything is happening behind the scenes. If you're not familiar with HTMX, I would encourage you to check all these requests because they are very, very enlightening about how the technology works. Because, for example, you can see here that when we clicked edit, we're getting a whole form, and that's being replaced behind the scenes automatically, and you don't even notice anything. So everything is battery smooth, very, very snappy. So this is a very nice way to give your users an SPA 5, which is a single page application, but without the headache that implies of having two fully decoupled front end and back end projects. This approach, I mean, of course, this is very basic. I keep saying this, but we need to keep some things security-wise in mind. For example, I could now here and inject some script if I wanted to. But of course, that's security that you need to implement by yourself. But for example, if you want to avoid script injection, you could simply escape the value we're getting from the edit. You would simply need to use tnet encoding. Actually, I will need to add this in the users. If I'm not mistaken, it was systemnet encoding. Yes. And now here we can get this and say HTML encode and the response, and we just simply reassign this here, and we're good to go. Now we're going to be sure that all this is escaped, so no one could inject any JavaScript or anything else in our application. Not that it wouldn't matter really, because our backend is going to be a binary compiled, so injecting, but for security reasons, it's always a good practice to escape. So now if I send here a script and let's say console log hi, and we close the script. If I send this, it's been escaped, and just plain text. Okay, so this has been the very, very basic demo about HTMX, and let's keep going with the slides. You can find here a blog series we created about RAD Studio and HTMX. So far, we have 3 different blog posts. You have the QR code to access each one, but you can access blogs.embarcadero.com and search for HTMX and you will find them. We're planning on expanding this series in the future, but so far the demo we just saw has been extracted pretty much from this series. You have all the code available as well on our GitHub repository, so feel free to clone that repo and play around with it. Because I like to be as unbiased as possible, I want to specify in which cases HTMX makes sense, because even though for most of the small to medium-sized projects, HTMX works just great. It's not a solution for every project out there. So, as I mentioned, HTMX fits very nicely in small to medium-sized projects or projects where server-side rendering is preferred. I've already mentioned in this presentation that if you're familiar with a server-side rendering approach like PHP or something else, this is going to be easier to pick up. If your team has a strong backend expertise, also HTMX will make your development much faster. And applications where simplicity and maintainability are priorities. But of course, there are cases where HTMX, even though possible to be used, I wouldn't recommend. So, for example, large-scale applications, highly interactive SPAs. For example, if you want to create, let's say, like a crypto broker platform thing, where you're going to see a lot of different values updating constantly, so multiple bits of your DOM being updated. You could use HTMX, but probably in that scenario, it makes more sense to use front-end development. Projects that require advanced client-side state management as well. This one is pretty much, it goes together with the latest option as well, which is projects that require offline support. That's one of the main drawbacks that a lot of people don't like about HTMX, is like it fully relies on the backend. So if you don't have the access to the internet, your application won't work. That being said, programming a good progressive web app with full offline support, that's very difficult, at least from my previous experience. Because of course there's a lot of things to keep in mind. So things that can synchronize automatically once you're back online. So if you're planning on making the next, Google Docs, then HTMX is not for you. You're gonna have to use different technology. But those are really the kind of large scale projects that I'm talking about. And situations where heavy client-side interactivity is needed. Again, following the same example, if you want to create like a crypto portal with a bunch of information being shown and updated constantly every second, then that's going to be a lot of requests sent to your server, and then multiplied by each client connected to your application. That could be maybe not the best scenario to use HTMX. But if you want to create, let's say, like a CRM, an ERP, stuff like that, HTMX is just perfect. It scales brilliantly, and you can have hundreds, if not thousands of users connected at the same time. Spicing up HTMX. I know I've been saying a lot during this presentation that you don't need JavaScript, but that's true. You can still do most of the stuff, if not all of the stuff, using just HTMX. You're going to end up facing situations where it makes more sense to use JavaScript. Let's say, for example, if you have a notification system, this kind of toast notifications you see on top right of your screen, you can pull those directly as HTML from your server, but if you want to hide them, so after 5 seconds, let's say that notification, we want it to be hidden, that's something that the client could deal with, really. We don't need to send an extra request to the server to just hide that notification. In those cases, I would recommend you 2 very popular JavaScript libraries. One is HyperScript. It has a very tight integration with HTMX because, same creators, so they get along very, very well. It's an event-driven library. It's very, very lightweight and is non-intrusive at all. You can use it just very surgically in the parts you need this kind of interactivity that is purely going on in the front end, and is focused on simple and declarative syntax. You can see an example down there. Just as a quick explanation, all the JavaScript, it's been, again, in the HTML tags. We use underscore equal, and we follow a very, very declarative syntax, as you can see here. Even if you're not familiar with Hyperscript, you literally read what's going on. So in this case, we have a button that is a toggle, and we have an ID that is target. As you can see, follows pretty much the same convention as we've seen before. And in this case, the class is hidden. This div is hidden. So when we click the button, we toggle hidden on target. So what this is going to do is going to remove the hidden class on target. Off you go. So again, this is very nice and very easy to read. And if you check the documentation, it's so simple. You have a QR code there in case you want to access and check it out. And the other one that is very popular among HTMX developers is Alpine.js. Again, super lightweight, very, very small. It follows reactive data binding, declarative syntax, very small learning curve, like very small. We're talking about 14 attributes, I think, and just a handful of events. And it follows a component-based approach I really like. They have this new thing called Alpine components. And it's a very, very interesting approach. So you can have and it gets along very well with template engines. So take a look at that. If you've been developing using Vue, this is going to resonate a lot because it follows a lot of the same patterns. So for example, here we have a little state, which is show as equals to false. We store the data. So this would be the state of the application. As you can see, very easy to read as well. We have these two examples that they follow exactly the same functionality, but I just wanted to use a very simple example about how to achieve this kind of interactivity on the front end without using HTMX. Again, QR code, take a look. You can choose whichever you prefer. Just as an extra note, I just forgot to mention, Hyperscript is not in production yet. There's 0.9 something, so it theoretically is not finished, even though I know a lot of people are using it already. But just keep in mind that it's still in beta, but soon, hopefully, it will be a release candidate and potentially GA. Here are some links. It's pretty much some of the QR codes I've been using in the presentation, but also this first one, first and second one are the ones I wanted to talk about. The first one is a case study. It's a company that migrated from React to HTMX. They use, I think, Django for the backend. And it's a real world application that has been fully migrated from React to HTMX, and they talk about the problems they faced, things that are working much better, etc. It's a very unbiased case study that it's a fairly short video. I think it's like 20-30 minutes, really worth watching. HTMX has a book that is free. You can download it here. Well, actually not download it, you have to pay. The online version is free. It's hypermedia.systems. If you want to support the project, you can purchase the offline version, and you can get an ebook or a PDF, and they even have a real book that you can purchase in Amazon, I think. I don't remember, but anyway. And also the rest of the links are pretty much basic links we've been already seeing in the presentation. Well, thank you very much to everyone. Hope you found this introduction to HTMX interesting. And let's go to the Q&A and see if we have any questions.
Excellent session. We were just discussing in the background, we're running a bit late, so should we do the Q&A? And you know what, Antonio, I'm going to make you do a little bit of Q&A. Your camera's not on. Is that deliberate? Maybe you're trying to hide. So we're just going to get him to put his camera on. It might not work, in which case we'll get him audio only. Well, unfortunately, it says your audio is not working. We can't see you, so you can talk if your microphone's working. This might solve the problem. Should we do the Q&A?
Hello.
We can hear you. You're a little
Okay.
bit quiet. Let me turn you up a bit.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
There you go. We put you at max now.
Okay.
I don't know why, but your camera's not working, so you're kind of like a voice from above. So
Okay. I do like that.
yeah.
Well,
There you
theoretically,
go. Martha's also got you up, so we can actually see your avatar.
at least my avatar. My camera is on. I don't know why it's not been shown. Weird.
Do you know what? It happens all the time. Don't worry too much about it. Although we're running a bit late, and I apologise to Yaroslav, who is already in our studio in the back there, but there were some questions. Let me just go to them because I pinned a few. People liking your session, by the way, just FYI.
Brilliant.
Yeah, Adel said HMX is very interesting. It's the first time I heard about it. So well, I only heard about it last year, but you and I have spoken quite a lot about it, I think, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly new technology, not that new, because it has been in the making for quite a long time, but now it has got a lot of traction in the last year. And I know that with the JavaScript space is mental. The amount, I mean, pretty much you get a new framework every week. So it's quite tricky to follow, but at least this one is quite refreshing when you compare it to, because the new JavaScript frameworks, what they're doing is pretty much the same thing the other ones are doing, but slightly better. But this one follows a completely different approach. It's very refreshing to see something simple again when it comes to web development.
Yeah,
And
I mean that's what struck me actually, that it actually is very easy to get the grips with, because Gary Shelton said complexity plus 10. He was talking about JavaScript in general, and he was saying, I'm just starting to get started with web development. The abundance of different frameworks is just daunting.
It is. I cannot but agree. And that's why I do like HCMX, because it's a new approach. It's a new kid on the block, but at least it brings something new on the table that is easy to follow, and that you don't need to spend weeks to understand the hell your first boilerplate means. Because as I said also during the presentation, something that people don't realize is that React is more than 10 years old already. So people keep thinking, React is is this new technology that you need to use for the web, but it's 10 years old, and the web is very different nowadays. And the problems we had 10 years ago are different to nowadays. The technology is different as well. And ironically enough, on the React space, they are coming back to the server, because now a very popular framework is Next.js. So they came up with this new concept, which is server-side components. So it's pretty much like closing the circle. So the problems that were meant to fix, now they've been solved with solutions that existed 10 years ago. So it's very complex. That's why I'm really trying to recommend simplicity. Most of people don't need that level of complexity for their applications. And if one day you do, lucky for you, because it means that your application really scaled and you need something bigger than HTMX.
Exactly. And we had a few people mention things like TMS Web Core and stuff like that. I use TMS Web Core myself quite a lot. And one of the things they were saying was, I'm just if you're just a hobbyist, blah, 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 blah. After looking at all that you need to learn, you just avoid web apps. I get that. It can be off-putting. And in fact, that there's a really good YouTuber whose name I can't remember, but he does these like sketches where he pretends to be a particular person. So, a day in the life of a Linux dev and stuff like that. And he did one as a JavaScript senior developer, and it was so funny because he's like, okay, everybody, today we need to learn Next.js. And then everyone's like, oh, okay. And they're having, courses about it. And then he went to lunch and came back, and he came back in the afternoon and goes, "What are you doing?" They go, "Oh, we're learning Next.js." I said, "Oh, no. That was this morning. Now you need to learn." And that's exactly it,
Exactly.
With WebCore, because I'm kind of a little bit of an expert on WebCore myself as well, you can use Next.js with it, but the only reason is because WebCore is producing true HTML and JavaScript. But WebCore is trying to solve one particular thing, and HTMX is trying to solve something else. And similar, but not quite the same. Large WebCore programs are very good because you can just reuse your Delphi code to a certain degree. But it is possible. But I think it's horses for courses. And someone mentioned Horse as well, saying, "Oh, it's an alternative way of getting web content out via Delphi." And
absolutely, Horse is a brilliant little framework. I have more experience with Horse than I have with TMS WebCore. I've used Horse more for developing REST APIs, and the good thing about Horse is that flexible, that you can adapt it to do whatever you want it to do, and it gets along very well with template engines, and using HTMX you can end up with very, very good web solutions developed with Delphi. Maybe this is a bit of an unpopular opinion, but for creating
and this is how Antonio resigns from Embarcadero.
That's why I specified at the beginning of the presentation. This is all my personal opinions. I don't represent Embarcadero on this event.
Be brave. Just come on, take it.
No, the thing is, I fully respect other solutions like UniGUI or these more rad kind of solutions that follow the standard VCL FMX way of developing applications. But for me in the past, it has been a real headache to do like a proper responsive application. So it's good if you want to just migrate your current desktop application and offer a desktop web app. It's fine. But if you're aiming to mobile, tablets, desktop, any device, it gets very tricky using a visual designer to end up with a good result. At least that's my experience. That's why I know it sounds a bit complex because you need to learn some HTML and some CSS. But if you want to end up with a real equivalent to modern websites, it's really worth the effort. And as I mentioned in the chat, having ChatGPT and these AI tools for this very basic HTML and CSS stuff, it's brilliant to get basic scaffolding for your application.
Yeah, and at Embarcadero, we're always looking into different things that we can do, to kind of reply to people saying, "Hey, I think Rad Studio should do this, and Rad Studio should do that." And funny enough, AI is one of those topics. What should we do with AI? But also, what can we do to improve the situation with web technologies? And it's something we're actively pursuing at the moment, and looking into how we can make that experience better, because we realize that there are better ways of doing it. That's why there is a TMS WebCore. That's why there is a IntraWeb. That's why there is a UniGUI, because each one of those frameworks solves a particular problem in their own particular way.
Exactly.
I think all three of them, the ones that I just mentioned, are great for what they do, but there's still room for a different approach in all of those technologies.
Exactly.
And so that's one of the things we're looking at trying to move forward with as a company. So Antonio's given his own personal opinion. I'm giving the company line. So.
Exactly. You're way more diplomatic than me.
Well, I always say when I deliberately make sure that whenever I'm doing the broadcast on behalf of the company, people see me wearing the shirt, so they understand I am speaking on behalf of the company. And as well as everybody else, that the company are very generous to me. They do basically trust me to say the right thing, but also I think developers trust me to say the right thing for developers. I don't try to be a shill, if you see what I mean, like a marketing salesperson type thing. I mean, obviously part of my role, but I am here as a developer relations. So I'm trying to make sure that the company is giving people what they want. And I think we're very good at doing that. And certainly in the last year, we've really, really, ramped up listening to people and responding to what they want and trying to give them solutions. And HTMX is one of those things that people asked about, and you delivered for sure. So.
Thank you.
Excellent. And Surajit said, "Excellent work, sir." So
Thank you very much.
You've got a fan. You've got a fan. All right. Well, we're a bit late. I apologize to people. We're actually running kind of 20 minutes late, but it's worth it. It was a good session. Yaroslav is next. I'm going to say goodbye to Antonio. By the way, we didn't mention what you do in the company.
I'm pre-sales consultant engineer. So pretty much I when a salesperson doesn't know the technical answer for something, they send me the customer, and then we have the nerdy talk.
They send in Antonio. You're like Batman or something.
Exactly.
It's not the police and the mayor can't handle it, so let's call him Batman, and they put a signal up.
Pretty much.
Well, you and I work very closely on all sorts of things. And I get on very well with you. I've got a lot of respect for you. You're a very smart guy. You're very energetic, and I always keep saying to you, slow down. You're working too hard.
Yeah, that's one of my problems.
Yeah, well, you'll learn. Look, if you want to end up with the hair looking like mine, you'll learn to slow down a bit instead. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Antonio. I'll speak to you.
My pleasure. Thank you to all the attendees. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay, so the next session is coming up. Shall I let Martha click on it instead of me? Yes, she says. Yeah, and I'll click on the title, because this is a title. This is the kind of title I like for these sort of videos, because this is an interesting title, and I think the session's very good. Yaroslav has been very patient. I apologize to him for running late, but we've got a very packed day. We will catch up later on and be more on time. But this session now, just about to start, is from Yaroslav Brovin, and it is about a smart backpack controlled from a mobile application with FGX Mobile. I'll see you in about an hour's time. Thank you.
Hello everybody. Today I would like to tell you about a very interesting project that covers not only software, but even hardware. The junctions of different technologies and directions, the FGX native mobile development tool, Arduino, microcontrollers, addressable LED stripes, and of course our favorite programming language Delphi. This nuclear cocktail will be discussed today. Few words about me. My name is Yaroslav Brovin. I am a FireMonkey developer for 30 years, including as part of the Embarcadero team. I am a founder of FGX native library, which is designed for development fast native mobile application for Android and iOS. So, today we will begin from take a look at the smart LED backpack and see the final result. In the first part, we will look at how to make the hardware of a smart device. We will make a smart backpack out of electronic components. We will find out what components we need, the connection diagram, and how to install the firmware on the microcontroller. In the second part, we will make a working prototype of mobile application that will allow us to manage our backpack. This application will be developed with Delphi and FGX native. We also will have a look at the protocol of communication with the hardware device. We will see how to organize navigation between mobile screen in mobile application and how to make it easy and customizable. And in addition, we will touch on the issue of UI relationships with model data using the example of Google Live Data. Finally, we will use Material Design 3.0 for design of our FGX native mobile application. In front of us is a LED panel that is fixed on the back of the backpack and a mobile application developed in Delphi and FGX native. When loading, the LED panel automatically turns on the last mode in which it worked. To control the panel, we need to connect via Wi-Fi to the device. To do this, we click on the Connect button on the header. Android searches the network of our device, and after it finds it, it offers to connect via Apply and Connect. The button indicator turns green and we see a toast confirmation message that the connection to the panel has been established. On the main screen we have a dashboard from which you can quickly turn on various modes such as enabling the demo mode, displaying the clock on top of the panel, weather display, running a text line, and in addition you can launch your favorite effects or launch the panel in game mode. Let's turn on the demo mode. Now the panel displays effect in an arbitrary way at a fixed time interval. Let's switch to the All Effects page. All the effects are grouped here. From the top row you can select a group, while the list of effects is dynamically rearranged with animation. For example, space category, noise, weather, house, image, game, abstract, nature, and etc. Let's switch on the effects and observe them. When we tap on any effect, for example on matrix, the application opens the screen with the effect. From the same screen we can quickly switch between effects. Let's apply the matrix and tap on matrix button. Let's swipe over the all available effects. Madness noise, for example, cloud, lava, rainbow. It's really beautiful and amazing view. Additionally, we can edit the specific parameters for each effect. For this, we should tap on the Settings button. Application shows Settings page, and there we can change contrast and effect speed. The following page and mode of this panel is games. The panel supports several games like Tetris, Maze, Arkanoid, and Snake. Let's try to play in one of these games. For example, Maze. The panel loaded Maze, and we can control by dot via special controls buttons on the screen. After finishing level, panel shows next level, Maze. We can also switch and show running text over the effect. And we can see the text line, hello from FGX Native. You can send any text line and show it. We also can show a clock over the effect. It can be useful for someone who is looking at your backpack panel. Also, application and LED panel support painting, and here we can select any color and draw something. Or just clear. Oops, I closed the application. Also from this page we can upload a predefined image. This application has internally in resources image icon with rocket. Let's load it to panel. We can see how the application loads row line by line a rocket. The last page in this application, it is settings page, where we can change any device settings. It is like a size, because you can create the matrix of different size, not only 16 on 16. You can use, for example, and the lightning of Windows. In this case you can have a bigger size of matrix. Also you can select connector type. It is where the first line is located on your matrix. And also you can change the default name and password for access point, Wi-Fi access point, which LED panel is create. And additionally you can change the weather server, because the panel also can show current temperature and the weather, and it takes from by the internet from different weather services. I hope this application, this demo sample, you will like. We take the project of the famous video blogger Alex Guyver as a basis. You can get acquainted with his project in detail at the links provided. In one of his projects he tells how to make a LED matrix, the nuance of creating hardware, how to use Arduino Studio, and the nuance of using microcontrollers. His project already has a ready-made firmware for the microcontrollers, which we will use in our version. His firmware also provides a web interface for remote device control via Wi-Fi. We just need to connect to the LED panel via Wi-Fi and go to the settings page in the browser. However, we are in favor of native mobile application development. That's why we will write the software part ourselves instead of the web version, and we will use the full power of Delphi and the native API. Let's figure out the hardware part. We will need the following components to build the device: WMSD1 mini microcontroller based on ESP microprocessor, the matrix of address LED, USB power cable, a pair of soldering wires, and a power bank for autonomous power supply. You can buy a ready-made matrix, or you can solder it yourself. I choose the second option because in this case I can create a matrix of any size and with a larger distance between the LED. If you would like to make your own matrix, then you will need about 5 meters of LED stripe, soldering wires, and for case you will require a plate of white and transparent plastic and super glue. To begin with, I cut the tape into the required number of LEDs. You can choose any number. I took the length of 16 elements. Then we glue the tapes onto a plastic substrate and solder the pieces of tape with a snake. The tape can be soldered in two ways, zigzag and parallel. In this case, the snake is selected. For more information about the features of soldering, and the choice of methods of connection types, see the article by Alex Gaive. After that, we make a grid of plastic so the light from each LED is separate and square. At the end, we passed the light scattering plastic. And finally, we have a ready-made matrix made with our hands. We try on our matrix to the backpack to make sure that our sizes match. We check the permeability of the matrix. It is better to do this by completely gluing the case, since mistakes can be made when soldering. Otherwise, we will have to disassemble the matrix and again solder any sockets. Next, we proceed to soldering the simplest connection scheme. There are different ones. They are available at the link below. In our case, this will be enough. We have 3 wires, 2 are power, red is plus and black is ground, and the third, green, is used for data transmission from microcontroller. 3 wires are used to power the matrix and supply the control signal. Separately, we use a USB port to supply power to the circuit. After everything is ready, we need to download the firmware to the microcontroller. All the details and nuances are specified in the external project. Therefore, I will not describe everything in details. The first, we download the project from GitHub, install Arduino IDE. After it, we need to install special driver for connection microcontroller board to the computer. After it, we should open project in Arduino IDE, apply basic settings for our devices in special defines in C++ code. For example, we should specify the size of our matrix, connection method, and etc. And finally, we connect the board and flash the microcontroller. Okay, now we will start developing a mobile application with FGX Native and Delphi. But before that, let's get acquainted with FGX Native, which is the main technology in this project. FGX Native has been celebrating 5 years in this year. During this time, we have a large number of clients who have done, are doing, and continue to interesting projects. FGX Native is fully cross-platform standalone framework designed for the development of native fast mobile application. It doesn't depend on FireMonkey and it is completely native as VCL. But unlike VCL, it supports across platforms, iOS and Android. The library offers a large set of ready-made components designed with the specifics of mobile platforms. Modular, expandable, with its own integration and designer in Delphi. FGX Native already supports many external services, and at the same time, this list is constantly growing. These are services for payment inside your application, cards with different tile providers, analytics of your application, authentication through various services, embedded advertising, built-in barcode scanner, support for different push notification providers, the ability to get a digital signature from the client, make call, and much more. Among the basic components, it is worth mentioning a set of basic containers, which are designed for different display and grouping of controls. And of course about the support for the Flexbox alignment system, which came to us from the web and the rubber layout of screens. The library also supports right-to-left languages and offers a means to localize your application. In addition, we have a large set of tools and components for working with media data, video, photo, camera, SVG format, Lottie animation, custom form, and etc. Well, FGX Native is also support a dark theme. And much more and more features are available in FGX Native. You can find detailed information on the official website and forum fgxnative.com. Now let's go directly to a practice. Let's start by analyzing the interaction protocol. Two protocols are supported, UDP and MQTT. Although UDP doesn't guarantee the delivery of commands, I choose it because it is easy to use and it doesn't take a lot of time for implementation. The command format is the same for all protocols. The command starts with a $, followed by the command code and a list of arguments. The command must end with semicolon. For example, there are a few samples of commands. The first one, select special effect with ID. The second one, turn on LED device. And the last one, set specified pixel color with specified coordinates X and Y. Now, let's go to the code and have a look at the Delphi implementation. So, in front of us, Delphi 12 IDE, and I loaded a LED panel project into Delphi. The first unit is at ladpanel.api, and it includes description and implementation of all classes for communication with our electronic device via UDP. This unit includes all required classes, and the main one is TLED device client. It provides several methods based on firmware API, and you can, for example, turn on device, turn off, switch power, select game, send key event on the device, for example, for playing in some games on our LED panel. We can change brightness. We also can paint on this device. We can send running text, change effects, change parameters of each effects, works with weather. Also, we can show clock over the content and much more methods. It doesn't include all available MPI methods, just only a subset. But if you would like to expand it, it is not really complicated and you can do it yourself. Since we are using UDP protocol, I choose Indie T UDP client, and the two basis methods send commands. It just sent a string to a client to our device. Since UDP doesn't guarantee delivering our data, we using receiving string method with 1 second timeout, and we also log all calls of communication between our device and our mobile application to device log. If something is not good, we just close connection to device. The second overloaded method send command works with command and set of arguments. Now let's have a look at how, for example, turn on methods was implemented. Based on general templates, we should send $, command number, and one it's mean it's an alloc of true boolean value. If you would like to pass some data, for example, this method set specified pixel with current color, we just pass coordinates of required point on LED panel. As you can see, the implementation of the interaction protocol is very simple and doesn't require any extensive knowledge in this area. So now let's have a look at the code which connect to Wi-Fi. Our device has embedded Wi-Fi adapter. When the device is turning on, it launch access point, Wi-Fi access point, and we from our mobile application should connect to this access point, and after it we can send commands via UDP by special IP address of our LED device. By default, our LED device has the followed IP address and port. The second part, it is of course, user can connect to the access point of the device manually via Android or iOS settings. However, it is not convenient, and Android device, for example, provides special manager for automatically connection to required access point directly from application. So let's have a look at this implementation. I created special TFG Wi-Fi Manager class. It works directly with Android API. And for working with Wi-Fi, we should request Android System Service Wi-Fi Manager, set several listeners, and when we would like to connect, it is just we need to build a special request with access point ID, with password, and request network via this system Android services. If connection was established, in this case we know about it by the special network listener instance. If connection was lost, for example, we also will know about it via special methods on lost. When some state of connection was changed, we just notify clients via event handler about it. In this way, our device client create Wi-Fi manager, specified required handlers, because we would like to know when when device was connected, was disconnected, or in case if some error or was occurred or network was not available for this device. And we, in this handler, we after connection, for example, we connect via Indie UDP client. We also store internally new state like TLED status connected, request basic settings, and notify clients of this class about device status changing, again with event handlers. For working with this class in all application, I am using singleton template. So each form or data model can request this client via class property instance. Of course, there are a lot of different way how to inject this instance into special units, but for simplification this demo, I use singleton template. After we have figured out the protocol and the connection to Wi-Fi network, we will now figure out the navigation inside the application. Let's start the analysis of our application with screens. We have divided all the screens into three types. The main screen, it is entry point of application. It is made on the basis of a form. It is displayed in full screen. The second entity, it is fragments. This is a part of the interface that can be embedded into other containers. They are made on the basis of TFG frames. And the last one, it is dialog boxes and pickers. Those are displayed on top of the screen and overlap the content of the main window. Schematically, the connection between the screen and the fragment can be represented as follows. The main screen has a special container in which we embed different fragments depends on current section in bottom navigation panel. How the main navigation works? We use a special TFG pager layout control container for navigation. The pages are fragment, and when user is clicking on the corresponding menu item in the bottom navigation, we switch the active page to the desired one in TFG pager layout. Now let's take a look at these fragments and screens in Delphi. The main form consists of three parts. The first is the top navigation bar. It shows special button for connection to Wi-Fi network. It also have hidden back button in case when we are in the internal detail screen and we would like to move back on the previous one. The second part is a pager layout container, which includes different frames with dashboard, games, paint, effects, settings, and etc. And the bottom navigation, which is based on frame and includes 5 buttons with section in our application. As you may have noticed, this is a special FGX native form designer which provides convenient cool features for fast prototyping. For example, we can disable and hide grid for alignment. We can show over layout for visual displaying padding and margins, or we can just hide design border for containers. Also, when we select any component and we would like to try to change position, also designer show position, new position, and the current size of control with the component's name. In Form Designer also you can switch to iOS style and Android, and you can apply some templates for looking how your mobile form will be apparent on the small screen devices, normal or large. For example, on small screen size it will be looked like this: normal and large. As you may have noticed, in this application I am using Material Design 3.0. Despite the fact that FGX Native supports the design of the target operation system, version 3 of the Material Design is not a System 1 on Android. However, in this project I used the manual and made the UI according to the guidelines of Material Design 3.0. In particular, I have developed several components based on the frames. I placed them into Material Design subfolders. For example, track bar in Material Design looks like this. It is just a regular flame with component TFG rectangle as a background and layout with thumb and the small icon on the right side of track. In code, I just provide properties for settings value, some event for which is invoked when value is being changed, and based on touch event, I tracked the moving finger over the component, calculate a new size of track, and calculate a new value. It doesn't look complicated, just several lines for new control, which is designed directly into IDE. I also have implementation of the navigation bar. It is a button. It is a container which can consume buttons. The buttons also is a frame, and it includes special indicator when bottom navigation button is selected. It also has special images with pointing on current theme and title. And it has a small code for updating appearance of this button when user make a tap on this button. Also, in this code, I have a use animation. Also, in this code, I use predefined animation templates, and just with this call, I hide this animation and show this indicator when user switch active states of this button. The next component from material design which is required in this design is chips. Chips, it is small buttons with text, which is placed with possibility to scroll container, and they can also use icons. It is the same approach as navigation. Chips, this is a frame as a container based on scroll box, horizontal scroll box. It also provides methods for add chips special button with title and image. And each button has active state, and only one button can be selected. The chips button looks like this. It also can supports icons, and in this frame it's just a simple button. Also pay attention that we provide predefined different styles of button, and we can use text without border, outlined button style with border, and contained it is button with filled by with color button container. Also it provides different property for each different styles, and you can change and appearance of border, content padding. You can change border corner sizes, thickness, colors, icons, apply it automatically theme for icon, for example. We can select some icon, for example SVG icon with dislike, and also we can apply it tint color for this icon automatically on control level, or we can use original color black, or apply for example red color. It is really easy to set up button settings in IDE, and we provide a lot of different properties and settings for reaching your design. Now let's have a look at the fragments. Now we have special fragments, as we talked before. We have several major screens. It is dashboard, and you can see it includes different cars, lists, and our material design components. The same we have for effects. This fragment shows the list and grid of effects with preview. We also have games frame for playing in game and selecting one of the game in the list. And we have painter. It is special frame for drawing on our LED device directly with specified selected color. We also can download and upload that image to the and from the device, and the special fragment with device settings. For settings, we are using special TFG list menu component. It is a special list which supports different item style. We can add any count of required items, and we can adjust the appearance of each item. For example, we can select icon, is it selectable item, we can change style just via style property. And we can change general properties of appearance, for example, color from theme, icons, and the color of primary and secondary elements on each item. The dashboard fragment is designed with using different frames. In this case, I also have I introduced a special name widget. It is small composite control based on again frames with some internal business logic, and I embed them into directly the dashboard. It also based on vertical scroll box content, so in case if screen is small, it automatically supports vertical scrolling. If we talk about widget, for example, we have some basic demo widgets. One moment, let's open widget unit. The first, it provides embedded device client, LED device client instance for working and controlling any action directly from widgets. We also provide some templates card with lot animation, some switcher, and title and description. As I mentioned before, FGX Native support lot animation. In this case, we just need to put special control lot animation and specify animation via special property, for example, snake. After it, this card is used in special widget. For example, clock. Just specify required title and description, sets special animation, and it has internal business logic. So when user change switch, in this case we set current daytime and the change via LED client clock over effect. So when user enable it, it will show on the device clock over the current content of a device. If he disable it, it turn off this layer with clocks. The same we have for the demo widget. When user turn on the switch on this widget, we set demo mode. In this case, LED panel will iterate over the all available effects with some interval update. For example, just 10 seconds, for example. The same way the other widgets I designed. But what is about for showing effects with nested horizontal effect? For this case, we are using special collection view controls. It is really powerful container which can show a lot of items. For example, 1000 or several hundreds. It really doesn't it is very fast, and it consumes a very low memory because it has some interesting approaches. But For us, this control doesn't really shows all items in this list. This control also has some style. The style is the entity. It is describe how item will be displayed in this list. Now, this control supports a lot of different counts of styles, so you can add predefined styles, or you can just add new one and put any controls what you would like and create appearance of each items. For example, this one is designed on card panel controls with internal image preview. How it works? The control doesn't store any data in this component, and it just requests some data from your user's model. Let's go to the implementation of this widget. This list provides the two important events. The first one on getItemCount requests how many items you would like to show in this list. In this demo, I have internally created list with effects, with predefined effects, and I just fill it with some effects from constant array. After it, when list would like to show items, it requests items count via this property, and will just return count of items is in this list. The next important and major event is on bind item event. When item is being displayed in this list, the collection view asks our developers about showing users data on this item. For example, for each item, I request effects, extract effects by index. After it, item, it is a special wrapper class which give access to each control on this style. And for example, I extract TFG image instance with lookup name preview. So let's look at the style. We are using TFG image control, and we have special lookup name preview. So preview image will contains this instance, and after it we just change image name for required effect. We extract ID from effects by index and just specify image with this effect. That's it for it is enough for showing effect list. The same approach we are using in grid for showing all effects. The same as a widget with effects. In this case, we are using vertical orientation, but for the dashboard, we are using horizontal scroll orientation. In this fragment, we also use column supports, and we specify 3 columns for this grid. And also we designed special styles with label, title, and image preview for card. And the same approach, get item count, return the count of items in my model. On effect bind, we set title and image to the item controls. We're also using some tap event. When user make a tap on the item, we change screen and navigate to the detail view with selected item effect. Also, I would like to keep aspect ratio of the preview effect image in this list. For doing it, I introduced special methods which update item size with current aspect ratio. So it makes some calculation with accounting margins, paddings, sizes of labels, and etc. And when list is being bind item, we update invoked and use this method for updating item size. So we can dynamically change size of any item. Also, you can, in case if you don't want to use a lot of different items, for example, we have 4 games in our devices, we can use just a regular scroll box with 4 cards about these games preview. It also a special widget is based on again on the frames. Now let's talk about navigation between different screens in application. The idea was borrowed from the Google Jetpack navigation library and implemented as a prototype in the current project. When, for example, you need to show a new screen, you need usually to create an instance of the form, show it, then delete it somehow, organize the transition animation, organize transition history for possibility to go back to the previous screen, and somehow animate this thing. There are usually a problem with animating forms in VCL or FireMonkey. Everything would be fine, but the application is not limited to form alone, and as we can see from this project, there are also dynamically changing parts of the form that are embedded into other containers. And that's where it gets even more complicated, because it is necessary not only to create, but also to somehow track this embedding, animate, and so on. The idea of the navigator is to create a graph of possible transition between forms, fragments, and dialogues. The vertices of the graph are fragments and forms, and dialogues. And edges are actions that describe the transition from one UI element to another. In this case, the action also describes which animation should be applied during the transition. And you can see such graph for our application on this slide. The arrows indicate transitions from different UI elements to other screens. I made a quick implementation of the navigator. We register fragments, forms, and dialogues at the start of the application. For each element, it describes the connection of transition and additionally, if necessary, specifies the type of animation. In this sample, we register our key elements in the navigator. It is dashboard, effects, settings, global settings, effect settings, and some kind of dialogues. We specify a relationship for each element, where we optionally specified the type of animation for the transition in the forward direction. For example, if you would like to move and open effect screen from effects master fragment, we add this action from current to dialog effect settings and show transition effect. So we will show this dialog screen as model form, and when user will press back button, we will use model hide animation for hiding dialog effect settings fragment. With this approach, we encapsulate the animation of transition between screens, and also it allowed us to hide different screen implementation. For example, if you want to use different version of the mobile different version of screen for mobile and tablet devices. We can use this manager to change the implementation of the opening parameters and fragments on the fly. So now let's see how we can make transition by clicking on the button, for example, from fragment effects, and open a special window for one effect selected. When user make a tap on some item, we ask T-Navigator perform transferring from current screen to fragment effect. Before it, I remind, we register fragment effect and this action in T-Navigator. Optionally, we can pass some data to the target fragment. For example, for opening detail view of selected effect, we should know effect ID. So we pass dictionary as key, it is name of parameter effect index, and the second value, it is a value of this argument. So when navigator controller will perform navigate, it will dynamically allocate T-fragment effect, embed into self container with specified animation, and inject effect ID into property with special attribute. If you open effect, we see property effect index with special attribute input, and when navigator will show our finally fragment, it will inject existing fragment ID into such property. If you when user also can open effect settings from this screen, and we use the same technique in this place. When user tap settings button, we perform navigation from current view to dialog form, dialog effect settings. We also inject and pass effect ID property and pass it to this dialog. If the name of attribute is the same as property, so we can don't specify argument name. So we can modify our demo sample as I did. Now let's see how this transition works on the device. Open the list of effects and select the effect. After that, a secondary window opens with animation with a preview of the selected effects. When we click on the settings button, we go to the model form with effect. The last thing I would like to show you is a technique of using live data. It often happens that data can be displayed in different places and in different views. In our case, we need to display the actual connection status to the device. For this purpose, we have a button with a color indicator on the main form. There are several different ways to do this. The easiest way is to use just a regular timer and periodically request the connection status and display it. But constant pulling requests loads the system with unnecessary checks. Another way is to notify the UI of changes in the data model. It is this method that is used at the heart of the so-called live data. The idea is also borrowed from the Google Jetpack library. The observer template is used as a basis. The unit which explain how live data works is arc.livedata. tLiveData is a base class in this technique. It is a container for the value. It also keep and monitoring the version of storing value, and also it allows and provides functionality for observing about changes data in this instance. So now let's have a look how we can use it for our task. The first, in our API client, we introduce a field for storing status, and we called it a live status. It hold value tlet status. Disconnected, connecting, connected, and device was not found. When connection is established, we just set new status for this field, connected. When connection is failed, we set status disconnected. And if device was not found in Wi-Fi network, we set a related value. In main form, we are using interface, special interface iObserver, what was introduced in tLiveData. It is a base interface, and each observer who would like to observe over the value in tLiveData has to implement this interface. So we do it in T4 main level. After it, when value of status is changing, we just update our UI interface, change indicator color, and show small toast message in the bottom of the screen. Before it, when we request status, we have to subscribe on observation, and we use just this line. So if we would like to track this live status in other places, we just use a single access to live status property in our device client and just add new observer to list over this value. The other sample of using this technique is a settings fragment. We have a special fragment with settings. Also the same let device client storing settings in tLiveData wrapper, and if some values are changed in the settings, all subscribers will be notified about these changes. So we use the same approach here. We introduce and implement interface of observer with instance of LED settings. We are making subscription in constructor and unsubscription in destructor. When value is being changed, we just update values of all settings in a special component. Each item has a special property description which is designed for showing the second text line. Now let's have a look about changing this value in runtime. When user make a tap on one of the line of settings, for example, he would like to change size of matrix, he is making tap. And for example, if the current item is matrix size or matrix height, we are requesting and using navigation controller for navigate to dialog matrix size, this one. And when value is being changed here, we update value in live settings size property. And in this case, live data will notify all subscribers. At this moment it is the fragment settings about changes, and we automatically update UI on this fragment. At the end, I would like to introduce you to our subscription. Our subscription is valid for 1 year and gives full access to the technical forum, discussion, examples, articles, and etc. You also get a year of technical support on forum. After expiration of your subscription period, you can continue to use all versions of FGX Native received during the validity of your subscription. Subscription renewal is carried out with a large discount of more than 16%, but this price is valid only if you have an active subscription. In honor of the current event, we would like to provide a good discount on the subscription, and with the coupon code SUMMER 2024 you can purchase it for just few and $99. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any question, I will be happy to answer them.
Well, great demo. I've seen Yaroslav do demos before, and it's not just the quality of his components and the clarity of how he describes things, but the beauty of the actual apps themselves that he creates just as demos is amazing. And I'm pleased to say he's joining us live in the studio now. Hi, Yaroslav.
Hello.
Hi, excellent, really great demo. So I did pin some questions and comments because some people ask some questions. Patrick, who you know who Patrick is, very impressed with your LED Tetris backpack, was how he said. Oh, and you have it behind you as well. How brilliant!
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. This is the kind of demo that Jim McKeith would absolutely love, because you know what he's like. He put the brain interfaces on and things like that. But, yeah. So just one thing that I wanted to make clear. FGX Native, which people can get to if they scan your website, that is a set of components, and it basically is like an alternative to FireMonkey. Is that fair to say that? Is that a better way of saying it?
Yes, FGX Native, like VCL or FireMonkey, it is independent framework with independent basis, with independent designer. But opposite FireMonkey, it uses another idea, like in VCL, because in FGX Native, each control is based on native view. If you talk about mobile platform.
Yeah, so I thought it was quite important to emphasize that, because sometimes I think people don't realize, they look at the screens and they see a designer and it's so well done that I think people just think it's part of the IDE, which actually might mean it isn't part of the IDE because it's so well done. But it's your work is just so polished and so professional, honestly. Even when you showed the diagrams of the screens, the whole thing was real masterclass in connecting up hardware, which, as you said, you got from somewhere else, but also designing an application, a mobile application, in a really great way. And the fact that you've got fragments, which are like frames, I suppose that's probably a good analogy, but all the things that you tied together is really, really good. Yeah. So Conrad Vermeulen, who is MVP from the UK, he said, "What brand of LED panel are you using?" You did answer this, but I
Yes,
thought
I
I'd let you
built it
answer.
myself because I would like to take it myself. So I bought just a address LED stripe, just a microcontroller and few wire ways. So in general, I think I spent about $20 maybe, and it can be cheaper if you, for example, make a order for in AliExpress, for example. But also this project can be used for curtains for windows for New Year's, and I have also a stripe for it, and I hope I will do it for this winter too. But it is not
Yeah.
my idea, of course. It is just based on
No.
creation.
I mean, you're showing your software, but this is just a way of emphasizing. But I thought it was interesting that you said you actually did it as a present for your son, which you must be the coolest dad ever. I'm sure he was very pleased with you. Yeah, and as you said, you thought the total price of the app was the hardware was about $20. Somebody asked if the app was available in the App Store, and you said no. Actually, it's just a demo app. It's it's not really there. A couple of other things as well. I mean, they're kind of focusing on the project, so they've missed the point of what you were talking about, which is the components, the FGX native components. But as you said, the project has the ability to control the panel via the web protocol in the browser. But you're a Delphi developer, so you wanted to, you're interested to show beautiful native application, which it is. This session that you just showed, it will get shown again. I mean, we split all of them up and show them, but it's one where I think I would also show it for people who want to understand how to write mobile apps, because I think FGX native definitely has a place there in people's minds about, well, I could do it with FireMonkey, but I could also use FGX native because the apps look gorgeous. I mean, the controls, they're all native controls. Is that right? They show up natively on Android. Is that right? Or are you,
Of course, there are different
doing own a draw type? Oh, I think your internet dropped out a bit there.
Features with animation, custom.
Yeah,
animation with
breaking up a bit.
This functionality, because we're focusing on speed, performance, and just a limited animation kind. But from other side, FGX Native provide a good performance for application, and it looks like a native application, and it works like a native application. But in FireMonkey side, you have a more possibility to implement your ideas into real life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just like, TMS Web Core and IntraWeb and Uni. Some people like one, some people like another, some people like another. And I think it's important to have choice. And Embark, you're a tech partner, so, and a MVP. So, my job is to show what can be done with Rad Studio and Delphi, and not really to pick sides. And I think your components are really well written. I think the quality is excellent. The price is, certainly for Europe and the United States, is actually very, very reasonable. And I noticed you said as well you're doing a special offer as well. So for this, great stuff. The Einstein 8854, who's they're always here. They've been here all 2 weeks. Said interesting, but need time to digest the information. Idea and solution. I need to review it in quiet time. Well, there will be a replay, and you will get to see this again. And of course, you can replay the whole day's events. But Yaroslav's video will be being played again, probably starting next week. We're going to start doing the individual sessions and promoting them. But you know, great demo, Yaroslav. I really enjoyed it. Okay, all right. Well, we're going to call it a day now because we need to catch up some time. But thank you for joining us, and thank you for a really great demo. And your components are gorgeous. I really love them. So well done.
Thank you for this great event. It is really important for Delphi world.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm a Delphi developer myself, and I think it's important to make sure that people realize that it's a thriving language and the things you can do with it, like, you know, really good mobile apps and an LED backpack, which is awesome. As soon as I saw the title, I went, I can't wait to see that one. Yeah, brilliant. All right, well, thanks a lot. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, really, I enjoyed that session. We are running a little bit late. We've kind of caught up with some of the time, but we're actually running 30 minutes late. What we're going to do is the next session. Let me just, I need to clear some stuff off the screen. There you go. So the next session is actually a replay of someone else's replay. Master, we've got it loaded up. Yes, we have. I want to thank Yaroslav for sticking around and answering the questions. There were several MVPs that said how good it was and how cool, you know, like Conrad said, hey, cool. And also Patrick said, great. These are guys that are good coders themselves. And you know, all of us are proper long-term developers and done this for a while, or professional developers. We know a good thing when we see it, and that those components are definitely worth looking into. Okay, so we're going to do a replay now of a Yellowfin session, and let me just pull up the caption. Have we got a caption for this? Yes, we do. I believe it's this one. And it runs to about 30 minutes. So we're going to catch up sometime. And then once this session is done, and there won't be a live Q&A for this particular one, then in about 30 minutes, we'll be having a session from Ali Deban, and it will be EasyDB Migrator. So, and that's a relatively short session as well. So we should catch up our time and be on call. But let's see you shortly.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to today's webinar. My name is Daniel Shaw-Dennis, and I am really excited to be presenting this session for you today, talking about the 5 essential steps to modernize your analytics application. Now, there are more than 5 steps if you're going to go down this path and modernize your application. But really, what I wanted to talk about today is that you are looking to go down that path. You might have a legacy or a homegrown system, and you see the advantage of having something that would provide more value, provide more insight to your customers, and therefore more value to your core product. What are the kind of high-level things that you really need to think about if you really wanted to modernize your application with analytics? Now, I have a little bit of experience in this world. I've been part of, scarily, as I put this together, the analytics world for over 25 years. And you know, do a lot of work with our kind of community in terms of advisory on analytics and go to market. And as part of Yellowfin for a while, we've worked with hundreds of partners, helping them modernize and take their embedded analytics applications to market. So I've got a bit of experience here, and really for the kind of, you know, the next short while, I'm going to be leaning on that experience and talking about, you know, what are those 5 essential steps and the things you really need to consider and think about if you're looking to modernize that stack. Now, if you're only here for a short while, there are 2 things I want you to think about if you are going to have to toddle off it after 10 minutes or so, is that if you're looking at this, I guess a couple of things to really think about is, well, first and foremost is, how is your customer's life going to be better now? If you are going to modernize, if you're going to include a modern analytics application as part of your core product, it shouldn't be just data for data's sake, and I'll talk a little bit about this as part of today's session. But really thinking about how is this going to change the way your customers get more value from your product, and ultimately how you can potentially look at this as a kind of metric is that, okay, if you're presenting insight, if you're presenting, I guess, your data as part of a modern analytics stack through an embedded analytics tool, what are the actions, or what's going to happen once your customers consume that insight? So are they going to be alerted to something and be able to take action? Are they going to have a better understanding of what's going on and therefore make a better decision? So if you are driving an action, if you are making a change with your customer's behavior, that's when you know you have something valuable. And that's when you want to present it in a way that's going to really entice those behaviors and ultimately become a more valuable part of your core application. So that's probably two things I really want to think about, because that's really going to flavor a lot of what I'm going to be talking about as part of those essential steps for today. But really, I guess if you're still thinking about making the case for analytics, and once again, you might have a legacy system that you've always had there that has your tables and charts, which is done fine for existing legacy customers. What you find, particularly with modern analytics stack, is that it can be an additional revenue stream. So not just adding value to your application itself, but as an additional revenue stream itself. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this today. As well as having really clear competitive differentiation. Now, a lot of your competitors out there might be having some form of analytics and tables and charts, which these days are table stakes. But really going to talk about with modern applications where you can really provide some real differentiation with your product to really stand out, provide more value, which often leads obviously to more value for customers, means more loyalty, and often having analytics, you're taking the load off your team. Often we get a lot of partners come to us saying that they're getting a lot of requests, to help customers manage their data. They want more insight, etc. And it's taking away from their core application. Part of the reasons why looking at something like Yellowfin is to enable their customers for their own insight as well. There's a lot of advantages to looking at this as part of your application. And if I think about that analytics curve, and those who have attended a few of our webinars in the past will be familiar with this, is really kind of think about, firstly where you are on with your analytics journey. And you might be having some basic reports, maybe some visualizations as part of your applications today. But really thinking about modernizing, you want to provide as much value as we can, and we refer to it as contextual analytics, which includes things like AI. So be able to actually really embed something that makes sense to your customer, that they can understand it, they have a clear picture of how they need to use that information, and it really helps them as part of their workflow as well. And it's an easy part of their workflow. You're not adding more to them, and I'm going to talk about some examples here today in relation to that, and really kind of building up that analytics curve and providing more value for your customers. But those 5 steps, and as I said, I'm going to keep it short and sharp. I don't like to linger on with these webinars. I want to really be kind of precise and talk about the key concepts. And really those 5 areas I'm going to touch into is firstly, building the right team. What are some of the things you really kind of need to think about from a resource perspective and the skills that you need to get the most value out of modernizing with an analytics stack? The second is data strategy. Once again, not going into the weeds here, but once again, what are the things you need to think about that your customers need in formulating the data strategies to support this? The third is design. Once again, thinking about your audience, thinking about designing and building for that audience to get the most value. And I'm going to show you some examples of just what I'm talking about. Fourth part is the commercial approach. How are you going to sell this? How's this going to make sense as part of your stack? And I'm going to show you some examples of different commercial models that our partners have used in the past. And then lastly, and this is something that is often overlooked, is what is the value proposition for analytics within your application? And this is a really, really important one about how do you position this in the right way so you're using the analytical capability in relation to your own product and your own value proposition. And I'll talk a bit about this and I'll show you some examples. I'm big on examples as part of our webinars here today. But really, as I said, this is going to be, 30 minutes, and there is a question panel in the GoToMeeting box. So if you did have any questions as we're going along, please pop them in, and I am happy to answer that at the end of the session. So let us get into step one, building the right team. So you can imagine, if you've got your own data applications, you've got your development team, you've got your technical team, maybe your core product, and you've got your kind of sales team, your product team, all of those components that are doing well with the products that you have out there at the moment. But analytics is a different beast, and that's the one thing you've got to really think about. It's not simply as adding a feature onto a product, and you really got to think about it as part of your application, and managing that as part of your application as well. So if I think about some of my experience with successful teams as part of this, and once again, depending on your size, this might be someone with multiple roles, but you really got to think about a few things across here. So firstly, you're going to have your project sponsors, you're going to have your people managing that project, which is clear, and you're going to have the people that are impacted by that. So you're going to have, I guess, the key thing here is those analytics developers, the people who are going to not just integrate and embed that as part of the application, but develop the content that's going to make a real difference, to your product. So this is not your existing product team, but thinking about how to visualize data in a certain way, how to ensure you're not just, putting kind of data for data's sake. There's so many times I've seen people just flooding screens with tables and charts because they can, and often their customers are getting lost with this kind of big visual kind of dump of data. But really thinking about, well, how is your customer going to use that information, and how can you present that in a way that they're going to get the most value in the quickest time and provide a real differentiator for your product as well. And then feeding that into your sales and marketing, so they really understand the value proposition, which I'll talk to in a little bit later on. But that's the biggest gap that I see, is that those specific BI and analytics skills that are often missing. Now, and this is where I said, Yellowfin, this is more about the session about thought leadership. So we're not a consulting arm. So really want you to think about, if you're looking at this, is what are the skills that you need from a purely analytical point of view, a BI point of view, so you can present analytics in the best possible way. And ultimately means it'll be adopted by your customers. If I look at this example here, this is one of our partners who are building applications for kind of sporting teams and looking at the way to present player data. And as you can see here, you've got a visualization on the map of the human body. I can visually see who that is. I can easily see that there's probably Nolan's shoulder is probably where he's got the biggest challenge, without having to read through spreadsheets, without having to even read through line charts and things like that. So the way that you present that data can make a massive difference to the way that it is adopted by your audience, but obviously how you can then push this out as an awareness and a marketing tool to provide more value to your product as well. But how do you then plug this gap? Now, there's a couple of ways you can do that. Of course, you can contract some specialists in. So even getting some advisory and some just to help to understand, look, this is the data that I have. How best can we present this? Within Yellowfin, we have a number of different dashboard galleries as well. So we have a lot of assets that will show different ways to present some of this data, because we've been doing it for 20+ years. You can hire the specialists, of course, and often you can also train your team. So once again, if this is a real strategy as part of what you wanted to do, it might also make sense to train that team up so they know that, or bring in maybe 1 or 2 people in the team that have those skills that can work with the team to really develop that, so you can showcase the best of your product. And as I said, look, as a vendor here, we have a big extensive partner network. So if you're looking to embed it through a vendor, then leaning on their partner network to get those initial skills and get your team up and running is a great way forward in market as well. Number 2, data strategy. So look, this could be a very large one, and I'm not going to get technical here. I'm going to talk about it from a high level perspective, is what you really want to start to think about from your data strategy, because what enables your application from a data perspective might be different to the way you want to present that for your audience from an analytics perspective. And that starts with kind of knowing your audience, right? Are you creating analytics from an operational perspective to give someone a day-to-day view of the data and make decisions around that? Are you looking at something maybe at the C level? It means an aggregated, easier to consume view. Being really clear about what are you trying to do here, trying to provide them insight or reducing time to make a decision as part of that. And the third thing is to also think about, and this is, I've got my sales hat on, is, if you're going to sell your products and applications, is that value proposition through data clear to your buyers? Can they, really see by the data, wow, this could be something really valuable to make, conversations with your customer CFO a whole lot easier. So with that data focus, really thinking about a few key things, right? So what is that scope of data that I need to do? So how do I need to massage this? What state do I need to get this into so it's ready for the kind of reporting and modern analytics stack that I want to create for my customers? So firstly, look at history. How far back do I need to go? So how much data do I need to bring in here? How detailed do I need to get? So if I have that operational view, it might be very detailed down to my individual transaction records. If it's for a C level, it could be something really aggregated at a month-by-month level. Do I need it in real time? Once again, if I need something that helps someone on a manufacturing floor, it needs to be pretty close to real time. If it's going to a C level every quarter, not so much. And then thinking about the security, how do I need to structure my data so that it is only visible to the people that they need to see at the right times as well? So all those kind of high level things you need to think about to understand what you might need to bring in from those source systems to get it ready for reporting. But as a kind of rule of thumb, kind of depending on the type of analytics you want to provide, if it's an operational, typically that might be a 3-month history. So, people want to look at that, make a short-term decision, get on with their jobs. We don't need to have years and years of historical data necessarily for an operational use case. If your use case in that role is a more analytical piece, so maybe they're comparing last month to this month, doing some slicing and dicing, it potentially is kind of 12 to 24 months that you're aggregating at a kind of, at a level that'll allow them to do the type of analysis that they need to. If it's at exec level, it might be a 3-year horizon. That is, once again, heavily aggregated up for that particular target audience and the way that they want to consume that information and data. But obviously, all of this might obviously depend on your audience and then the effort that you need to kind of wrangle that data together so you can provide the best outcomes for your customers. Number 3, so designing for your audience. And this is thinking about how to present that information, how to actually physically design the analytics so that it is engaging, it is adopted, and it fits the audience that you're trying to provide value to as well. And this goes back a little bit to, once again, who's your audience? What's your vision? Going back to those roles, who are you trying to create for? The operational use case might be more technical, so you can provide more technical take. Whereas the C level might be pretty straightforward, very, very clear, few KPIs and very concise. So the key thing is to know your audience, ensuring that you don't overwhelm them. There's no use spewing lots of data and visualizations just for the sake of it. There's ways to present that in the right way. Also understand their technical limitations. Like you might have customers that have 1 or 2 power users who really know their stuff, but ultimately you want to go to the other 1,000 people who might not have the same technical capability as those couple of power users. And be clear, you can always roll in features over time. It's always thinking about what do they need today and how can you add that and augment that and get feedback as part of that. But really, thinking about design, and this is one thing that probably, with the emergence of Apple, etc., you're seeing a lot more care, a lot more consideration on design. And that is the same for analytics. You should really be thinking about the design that is clear, that is concise, and ultimately going to enable your audience and the value that you're trying to create for them. So really thinking about a few things. So firstly and foremost, it's got to be relevant, not just data for the sake of data. And it goes without saying, it has to be accurate. If you're going to release something with a little bit of doubt, you're going to lose trust straight away. So think about it from a usability perspective. It's got to be intuitive to all levels of your target audience. And ultimately, it's got to be beautiful. We're all creating applications here, and you want to be able to provide that application so something that differentiates and ultimately is engaging and is adopted by your users. Thinking about the value to that user's role and be able to really show clear value in this kind of data-driven world. So I'll show you one example, because I said I like my examples, and I think that's the best way to kind of showcase what we're talking about. So I'm going to flip, hopefully you'll see my yellow fin screen pop up there. So I'm just going to show you a dashboard example. I'm going to show you the kind of before and the after, and you can see, hopefully see the impact of really strong design. Now, this is a liquor sales data set. So this is about 7 years of Iowa liquor sales that shows sales amounts, volumes, etc. Now, this is a standard way you can show this data. You've got my sales over time. I've got my volumes. I can look at my my account segments, and I can see my information. It's all presented very cleanly, very nicely. I can see my KPIs. Drill down on my whiskey categories, etc. I can do all those things here, right? And I can present that information, all the data's there. And that's fine, but it just does what it does, and I have to really start to analyze and look and etc. If I think about this from a design point of view, how can you present this so it makes so much more sense for my sales team, for my category team, so I can really manage our liquor sales in a more effective way? So here's an example of a real kind of design-led dashboard where you have not just a case of having visuals, but you can clearly see the data. It have the context around it. So once again, we talked about contextual analytics, so helping people understand what's there, giving them the context around the numbers, and presenting in a way that makes sense to the way that they want to manage this. So I'm managing these categories. I can see my product ranges. These are my key categories. I'm not clicking on a menu button on my BI tool. I'm clicking on my whiskey category. I'm going straight to my whiskey category. I can see the products. I can look at things, and I can engage it in the right way. So you can imagine presenting something like this to your customers versus the kind of standard bar charts and line charts, and it'll just make a real difference. Not only it looks so much better, but it's thinking about the way that they want to engage with that data and making sense around that audience and providing value for them beyond just spewing data out as well. All right, let's get to number 4, which is the commercial approach. And now this is an interesting one. And often, talking to partners who are modernizing for the first time and looking at, bringing in something that is beyond, just the standard kind of sheets of data that they used to provide their customers. This is a tricky one because there are different ways to approach this. The first thing I'd say around this is really think about what is the value that the analytics is going to provide your customers. It could be something simple to provide them better visibility as part of understanding what's going on in your core application. It might be actually early alerting to risk or challenges that could save them multi-million dollars in fines or issues, etc. So really thinking about, well, what are those actions, as I'm talking at the start of the webinar? How is that customer's life different by having this insight? And then thinking about, well, what's the value of that? And that can then flavor how you might look to put a commercial model together around analytics. And I'm going to share you a few examples from our, different models that we've worked with in the past and just talk through them. I guess the key thing as I'm talking through all of these is you want to make it easy. And you want to, as I said, talk about the value. And I think ultimately, providing something that makes sense for the way that your customers purchase and the customers buy and the customers are thinking about value as well. So firstly, you can have, a modular pricing. So, your core application costs this and analytics costs X. And you might have a set price for that. One of the more interesting ways you can do that is potentially have that as a percentage uplift. So, between your large customers and your small customers, that analytics pricing is all relevant and relative. You could just bundle it into your product and increase the base price. So understanding it's going to provide more value, but you want to do it as a whole package, and this is going to be kind of the base price now because it includes all this more value that you didn't have previously. You might just include it as part of your application, and this is probably a path that when you're starting out for the first time, you're not sure about this, is to really maybe kind of look at this as a starting point to understand kind of what you have. we see, I guess, where I've probably seen a good example of this is including kind of standard out of the box content for the core application, just to get a feel and a flavor for using analytics and using dashboards and using this content for the first time, and preventing more higher value analytics as an additional kind of price point as well. So once again, you can look at variations of these, but ultimately understanding what's going to work the best for your customers. Now that might be, as I said, a functional split. So you might have, all right, everyone gets all these dashboards, but if you want to do any slicing and dicing or creating of your own reports yourself, then that's going to be a little bit more. It might be a data split. So you might have certain data parts of your component you want to include as standard, but maybe some high value stuff that pertains to different parts of your application. It's going to be at a different cost. And that also might be a content split, as I talked about before. You might have a set of core dashboards that come with everything, but other high value ones that you want to provide separately. Again, so there are different ways you can do it, different ways you can think about it, but really, as I said, you want to make that as easy as possible. And if you're doing this for the first time, maybe using some of those, friendly customers that you know really well, trying a few things out, giving a couple of sweetheart deals, just to get a feel for the perceived value and what's going to make sense in your market as well. But I think really, test it out. I think it's also about monitoring usage with, applications like Yellowfin. You can understand, who's using what functionality, what content's being used straight away. So you can understand if you're going for a set of dashboards you're going to provide more value for, a set of functionality, you can kind of get an understanding if it's being used across the application, or conversely, you can give access to everything and then understand where the value is coming from and then create your value proposition and the commercial model based on that. But it's always getting that customer feedback, but also, combining that with competitive analysis. What are your competitors doing and how do you want to position yourself with that as well? All right, so we're on to number 5 and heading into the last 5 minutes of the webinar. So far, so good on the time. But I've left this one from last because often it's the last thing kind of people think about, because there's a lot of work that goes into integrating, getting it right, getting the technical components right, releasing it out to market. But often you get to the end and it's how do you add this as a value proposition is often overlooked. And I've seen it so many times, and we work with partners here, is that partners often just leverage our value prop. Let's say, okay, great, we can do drilling, we have visualizations, you can do this automated insight, you can use this AI capability, but it's not about that. It's not about the features of an embedded analytics solution like Yellowfin. It's about, well, how does those features impact your core product and how does that create value for customers? If I can automatically deliver insight, what does that delivery mean in a better, faster way for your customers? How can they make a better decision? How can they be alerted to something quicker? And how is their life better? That's a really one thing I want to think about if you want to go down this path. You might be starting down this path. If you're thinking about the go-to-market around this, and this is thinking about for the marketing side of it, you're not selling a BI analytics tool. It's not about copying and pasting kind of vendor collateral. It's about looking at the features and functions and all this kind of modern stack that you now have as part of your core application, and how does that impact the way that you can provide value to your audience? So integrating the two together to be more specific around your core product, your core application and value proposition. That's where I think I've certainly seen it done well. And from a sales perspective, as I said, the other thing to think about once thinking about the value proposition is that analytics is often very different to the core application that you have for your product. So don't really assume that your sales team is just going to get it like an extra feature that they have, because analytics can be quite a powerful tool in your arsenal. So you want to be able to arm your own sales team to really understand the value that they have, the same way that you train up your sales team in your core application. Once again, you're going to invest the time and effort to do this. You want to make sure that teams that are out there are armed and dangerous and ready and understand what they have, so you can provide the best value for your customers, but also provide kind of the best value of your investment in an analytics tool. Now, I said I like examples, so I'm going to show you an example from the value proposition point of view that I think is kind of done really, really well. So let me flick back to the website here. And this is an example from one of our partners, Toustone, who created a product you see called Retain Talent around leveraging insights for staff retention. So straight away, what they're talking about here is, well, the problem with large organizations is staff turnover costs a lot of money. Very, very simply, very clear on what the challenge is. And how can you predict that and mitigate the risk? That is the value proposition, and talking about some examples of the analytics that actually supports that. It's not talking about drilling and visualizations and feature and function. It's talking about the problem. It's using examples of the analytics to showcase how you can predict and mitigate that risk, and then talking about how it works and then what's the value of that as well. So, a really, really good example of, thinking about, well, how am I going to use the analytics capability that I now have to provide that value in relation to my core product, and talking about the value proposition of that in relation to this case. How do I mitigate that risk in staff retention and use this to help predict that and get in front of that for my organization? All right, so just nearly bang on 30 minutes. Excellent. So really that concludes what I wanted to talk about in relation to those 5 steps. As I said, I wanted to talk about it at a high level. If you're going down this path of modernization, to really start to think about those things. So you're making, getting the most value and giving your investment in analytics the best chance of success. And really, from a Yellowfin perspective, so this is really, it's not a product sell session. This is about kind of talking about some of those things. But from our perspective, we've done this for 20 years, which is why I could talk about these things, kind of hopefully with some authority given the experience, because, we've been doing this for a long time. And we've got a product that is built for this. Both, if you're a product manager and owner of a product, to think about your customers, and if you're developing it, having something that you're able to integrate and develop and get going, so you can provide that value as a modern analytics stack as part of your applications. But if you'd like to jump on the website, have a look. We've got a bit there. We've got a lot of examples of great analytics for design if you want to have a look at that. There's a lot of other webinar content, but if you wanted to have a look yourself and go through some of the capability and how you get that as part of your stack, please just jump on the form website, and one of our team will be in touch. Well, thank you for that. And I will now go to bang on 30 minutes. I'm pretty happy with that timing. If you had any additional questions, please pop them in the box below. But what I will do now, I will go have a look and answer. Okay, here's one here. Dan, thanks for that. Out of all those items, what's the biggest challenge that you see in relation to building analytics? Interesting question. So I think, look, in terms of the building side of things, as I kind of touched on earlier, I think those BI skills, that's probably the biggest challenge I see. There's often a case of, all right, we want to create certain charts and reports, and that's great. We're going to use the team that we have there. I think, there's a lot of capability, as you'd seen with tools like Yellowfin, to create really beautiful, engaging analytics that provides value. So I often see that, getting some designer help, we do that a bit. So getting someone who actually knows how to do design and combining that with someone who understands the data is the best combination to then present that in the right way. And that's probably the biggest one to making a real big impact with analytics as well. Do you have any suggestions on transitioning existing customers if I'm going to provide them with a new kind of BI analytics package? Yeah, that's an interesting one. Often we get, organizations that come to us that have an existing set of customers, are moving to something like a Yellowfin, but how do you, bring your existing customers along in the journey as well? Look, with something like Yellowfin, often you're providing more capability. So part of, it might be automation, it might be a way to visualize data, it might be alerts that they're now getting versus static kind of tabular-based reports. So part of it is, if you understand the value there, to your existing customer base, being really, really clear about, all right, we're building this I guess, for you guys. And this is all new capabilities. You're able to really easily justify the change, but also thinking about those existing customers and bringing them along the journey. So often we see those existing customers are great for getting that initial feedback, feeding that into it, and helping you kind of ramp into that kind of modern stack, and hopefully within a period of time, getting all of your customers on your, I guess, modern analytics application. All right, so that's all the kind of questions we had there. If there's any more questions, please pop them in the question box. But if not, thank you for attending today. Appreciate your time. As I said, if you want to have a look at more of Yellowfin, please jump on their website. But so wherever you are, have a good rest of your day, morning, or evening. See you later.
Okay, so that was a pre-recorded session or a replay of a session from Yellowfin BI. Later on today, the final session today at 3 p.m. US Central Time, so in 2 hours' time, there will be a session from Edgar, who is from Yellowfin BI. He will show a lot more in depth how to actually use Yellowfin BI, what it does, and really bring out the content of what it is. Whereas that session was more a kind of why would you use BI kind of visualization in the first place. We're running a little bit behind, so I'm going to keep my wording short, and instead we're going to go straight to the next session, which is Easy DB Migrator with Ali Daban. I'll see you for a live Q&A in about 25 minutes. See you soon.
Hello, everybody around the globe. Today, I'm going to introduce one of my favorite repositories called Easy DB Migrator, available on my GitHub and also on the Get It package manager. My name is Ali, an Embarcadero MVP, and I've been a Delphi developer for around 15 years. You can find my content and connect with me on GitHub, YouTube, and LinkedIn. In this presentation, I will clarify what this library is and isn't, discuss its usefulness, explain how to use it, and present additional concepts. Finally, I will demonstrate some real-world examples in action. Easy DB Migrator is a library for database evolution and migration, specifically designed for Delphi. It simplifies database evolution and is available in both 32-bit and 64-bit versions. It is not an ORM, but it will utilize one either internally or externally. In this library's culture, migrations are structured objects that modify the database schema, offering a streamlined alternative to manually executing multiple SQL scripts by every developer. These migrations encapsulate changes in a coherent format, enabling developers to version control the database schema alongside application code. Each migration file serves as a historical record, documenting the evolution of the database structure over time. This ensures not only consistency across different environments, but also facilitates collaboration among team members who may be working on different features concurrently. When running migrations, the library system maintains a tracking table that logs which migrations have been applied, preventing redundancy and conflicts. Developers can create, modify, or roll back migrations with simple commands, which abstracts away the complexity of raw SQL statements. This approach not only saves time, but also minimizes the risk of introducing errors that can arise from manual execution. By adhering to this structured migration process, the development team can confidently move forward with new features, knowing that the database schema will always align with the application's requirements. Furthermore, this practice fosters a culture of accountability, as each migration is authored and reviewed, ensuring that all changes are intentional and thoroughly vetted before being integrated into the shared codebase. It is easier to manage some versioned Delphi classes instead of thousands of lines of script. It is possible to document everything about the database structure in XML document format, inline comments, etc. It is possible to manage database schema versioning upgrades and downgrades. It can be safer than a script file because it's integrated internally into XE, While if your old script file falls into the hands of people who shouldn't, the entire structure of your database will be exposed. When dealing with multiple databases, such as the developer's local database, test or production database, migrations are a helpful solution for evolving a database schema. These changes to the schema are recorded in Delphi classes, which can then be committed to a version control system. It is extremely easy for newcomers to the company to be onboarded about the database structure. Multiple databases are covered, like Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, MariaDB, PostgreSQL, and Oracle. Multiple Delphi versions are supported by Delphi XE5 to the latest version Delphi 12.1 Athens at the time of recording this video in 2024. To use the library, simply incorporate the units into your projects, implement migrations, and execute the runner. It's that simple. There are various kinds of samples available. Simple, suitable for small projects, using on-demand classes with anonymous methods. Advanced, suitable for large projects, using versioned classes with attributes. Instead of creating some on-demand classes, you can create one unit per entity and implement versioned classes over time. ORM, suitable for both small and large projects. Large script. This is a script executor that allows you to use your existing old script as a starting point and continue working with this library from that point. Does this library have any underlying dependencies? Well, the short answer is no, but please be aware, to work with certain database engines such as MySQL, libmysql32al, or PostgreSQL, lipq.del, you will need to have the appropriate DEL. There are no other prerequisite libraries or components required. It is important to ensure that you provide the correct DEL or class library depending on the specific version of the database engine installed in your environment. Please note that this library does not include the necessary DLs, but rather provides a template for each database engine. Note, a condition definition has been added to provide additional features, such as additional overridden constructors and functions. This is to prevent compiler prompts and hints for unused functions. If you want access to all functionalities, you can use full options as a conditional definition of your project.
I have a large script called the AdventureWorks creation script, containing over 7,000 lines. As you can imagine, it can be quite overwhelming for new employees to understand and navigate, unless they have been with the company for a long time. Debugging and tracing the script can also be difficult, as there is often no documentation provided. I highly recommend checking out this library and its concepts. Integrating it into your project can lead to impressive results. To making something clear, traceable, documentable, and easier to maintain and control is crucial. To simplify this process, EasyDB Migrator, also known as EasyDB, can help to make things more organized and efficient. Now, I have a test database here. Let me check if it's empty or not. Yeah, it appears to be empty. Let's go and try to create some entities of this database using the library instead of DirectScript or Management Studio. First, I open the simple project that doesn't need separate units and classes. Instead of that, you will create some classes on the fly with two anonymous methods for upgrade and downgrade. To do the job, there are 3 steps to follow. The first step is initialization, which involves obtaining the connection string, establishing the database connection, and creating other necessary objects. Upon initial connection to the database, a table called EasyDB-info will be automatically created. This table is responsible for keeping track of versioning information for the library and database. Here we have a connection param, which is a record. This is available for each database engine and has different record members depending on the target's connection string, such as T-SQL connection params, MySQL connection params, and more. Since it is a record, there is no need to create and free it. Then you should initialize another object called runner and define it in the private section of the current forms class. And there is an event called onLog. This event will provide some info when fires. I use them in this memo. Here as you can see the code. You can use this information in various ways, such as sending it via Telegram, email, cloud notification services, and more. Once the connection is established, EasyDB will attempt to create the versioning information table or retrieve the latest applied version from an existing table. Next, you have the option to configure additional settings, though they are not required. However, I highly recommend using the Use Internal Thread option to prevent your application from becoming locked. Let me quickly explain some options. Enabling the log all executions setting will log all executions for each activity and transaction, while the false setting will only log when there is an exception. Additionally, the internal thread option utilizes an anonymous thread for improved performance and a better user interface experience, such as displaying a progress bar by adjusting the related configuration. Lastly, the delayed execution option is used solely for testing purposes and is only being used here to demonstrate progress. By utilizing the add logger function and assigning an event, you can activate the internal logger. Including a log event is not required, but if you wish to display information to the user, it is recommended to define a callback event. Moreover, consider this commented line here. If you use it in this way, you will have a text file including log messages. I don't need a text file, so I commented this line for now. The next step involves adding the necessary migrations. Before anything else, it is necessary to clear the runner. You can add one migration at a time. As an example, I have 4 migrations here. Note that, we have a tMigration class that actually is that structured object that will manage upgrade or downgrade of each version. The constructor for this class requires several parameters to provide versioning information, including the entity name and a flexible big int database version that can accommodate different formats. The version number is generated using a combination of date and time. Additionally, the author or developer name and a description, which could include a link to a Jira task or task number in another issue tracker, must be specified. Finally, 2 anonymous methods must be specified, an up method for upgrading and a down method for downgrading operations. For this example, we are utilizing an exact TSQL script to be executed as an ad hoc query. For version 1 of our sample, we will create a table in the upgrade method and drop it in the downgrade method, as expected. The table will be modified and a new field added with the use of version 2, while version 3 will create a new table and add an additional field. At runtime, this library checks versions and performs required updates. Let me run this sample and observe how it works in action. At this moment it has just created the versioning table. If you refresh the list, you will see that a new table called EasyDB version info has been added. What fields are present in this table? Version, date of apply, the author who has added upgrade methods, or let's say the developer who has done the task, and a description field also has been added. Now I click on this button, Add a Migration. As you know, after this upgrade we expect a table called TB users added in version 1, a new field 2 in version 2, a new field 3, and TB customers in version 3 must be created. As you can see, all expectations have been met and new entities are now ready to be used. Please take note that in version 3, we underwent 2 migrations. As a result, the log now includes descriptions and authors for both migrations. Well, what about the downgrade? What will happen if I want to revert to version 2 or 1? Downgrade methods will happen one by one and version by version downgrade the database. TB customers must be removed, new field 3, new field 2 and so on. Now I reverted everything to version 1. The mentioned version will be retained while any larger versions will be removed and downgraded. For instance, version 1 will be kept while all other versions will be removed. That's all there is to it. This was the basic usage of this library, quick and easy, but it is more suitable for small projects. For larger projects, it can become challenging to maintain clarity and organization. To tackle bigger projects, I recommend using the advanced mode. The second project in the project group is an advanced sample for SQL Server. In this project, there is a folder called Migrations which contains a unit for each entity. This is a significant difference compared to the simple usage approach, as adding migrations is also done differently. Let's open one of them, such as the TB users. We have several version classes that inherit from a class called tMigrationX. However, the simple sample is utilizing a different class called tMigration. tMigrationX utilizes a class-level attribute to gather information on various versions. When creating a new class, it is important to include an attribute called tCustomAttribute for versioning information. Additionally, the class should have 2 procedures for upgrading and downgrading that override the abstract method of the parent class. Please be aware that I have included the version number in the names of the classes. To upgrade, we'll be using the same table creation script that's used in simple mode. We have a helper object defined in a helper unit that provides an instance of the SQL connection class. This class is a singleton and is helpful for executing scripts. Actually, the queries that will be executed later will utilize this connection object. This object contains various methods for executing scripts. For my example, the first version creates a table, version 2 adds field 2, and version 3 adds field 3. Other units such as invoice have their own versions of classes. The same goes for the customers unit. This approach makes it easy to implement, maintain, and document different units. In this initialization, we follow the same process as the simple mode. However, there is a slight difference when it comes to adding migrations to the runner's migration list. You can either use the modern or classic style, depending on what works best for you and your coding preferences. Personally, I find the modern way easier. Whenever a new migration is added, simply place it in the appropriate location or use the classic method if you prefer. This structure is extremely clean and ready for further development. You can add inline comments, XML comments, or create a full history of this entity and dependencies of this table. This is very useful for new developers to avoid mistakes. Let me empty the database. Same as simple mode, you should initialize, add migrations, and run the migrator using the runner object. Now I refresh the database side, and as you can see, we have our entities. And regarding downgrade, let's say we want to downgrade to version 2, so the field image link based on our structure in version 3 will be removed. For other databases, refer to the relevant sample. The structure is the same, template is the same, but the syntax could be different. Let me finish this video here, and I will explain about the ORM sample in the next video. The third project in the project group is a SQL Server ORM sample. ORM samples are currently available for SQL Server, MySQL, and MariaDB, and for other databases, you can use any other ORM and integrate it into this library easily. Let's have a look at the code and structure of this sample. Well, same as simple and advanced mode, you need to do initialization first. I didn't write it in the form create event because I wanted to create a database in this sample too. If you remember from other videos, we just created some tables so far. Take note that when you are going to create a database, you must connect to the master database first, create your new database, and close the connection. Then you have to reopen a connection that connects to your database to be ready for DDL operations. To create a database with this library, you need to do initialization, but consider the database name that should be master in SQL Server. Then you must create a runner and an ORM object. You must assign ORM to runner 2. Now, this mini ORM is able to generate DDL scripts based on your codes here. It will create the database, and free the local runner here. In the second step, when I'm going to add migrations first, I connect to my new database with another initialization process and different connection parameters. Let me drop my test database and let's go and see how it works. Oops, I had breakpoints here. Done, and the result is certainly a new database that is empty. Then I add migrations and upgrade details. If I refresh the database, we should see new tables and fields. As I told you before, you are not forced to use internal ORM. You can easily replace it with any others, and here in this command, submit changes, you can define your own builder object which is responsible for generating scripts. Here are my new entities. Let me show you migrations in ORM format. You need an ORM object that is assigned to the runner. Now the ORM is able to generate scripts. Please check the code regarding ORM usage. To create the database with this library, you need to do initialization, but consider the database name that should be master in SQL Server. Then you must create a runner and an ORM object. You must assign ORM to runner 2. Now, this mini ORM is able to generate DDL scripts based on your codes here.
Good. Sorry about that. I was just reading a message from producer Martha, who's always present in the background, even though it's my face that you see here. And I was just checking with her that Ali is going to do a live Q&A, and the answer is yes, he is. Excuse me, he's not joined yet because and we have a special little backstage area that we can see when people join. So there you go. He's turned up and joined now. And so here's Ali. Hi, Ali. How are you?
Hello, everybody worldwide.
Yeah, I liked the AI voice that you used. Very good.
Hi, thank you for watching. Just a second. I can hear my voice.
Oh, okay. Yes, I know how that works. I'll just give my dog a dog chew so he doesn't start barking. Hold on, whilst you sort your audio out, I let my dog out. Go on, off you go. There you go. Yeah. The joys of having a studio at home. How are you doing? Can you hear okay now? It's probably a YouTube that's playing in the background. That may be what it is.
Okay, let me fix this. It should be fixed now. Okay.
So I loved the voice that you used. That was very good.
Yeah. It's actually we are living in the era of the AI, isn't it?
So, yeah. And do you know what? It's a very good use. That is a perfect use. You know, I know. You know, English is not a language you're using every day, and I think you can write English very well. So being able to get the AI voice to read what you meant, I think makes a lot of sense because it makes it clearer for people. Because it's easy for someone like myself who's English to understand anybody, even with an accent. But if, say, that other person that listening is Chinese or French or German, it might be harder for them to understand what's being said. But the AI voice is so clear, it makes it easier for everybody. So I think, having English as a universal language is useful, but having an AI that makes it clearer is even better. So that's very
exactly.
good.
Yeah, exactly. I did it with my own voice, but I wasn't some kind of satisfied. So with the tonality, speed, fluency. So finally I decided to use an AI voice, which is easier actually to edit and sync with the final video. It's really easier.
Yeah. Well, it's good. It was really good. I liked it. Now, ECDB Migrator, I was busy doing lots of things. So I was answering some questions on the internet. This is a link to the GitHub repository. Is DB Migrator free or do you charge for it? I wasn't quite sure on that.
No, it's totally free and open source.
Right.
And it's not real migrator, actually. It's designed for managing database evolution normally, but you can use it as a migrator too.
Yeah.
Actually, I made it in response to an obvious pain. I was observing this problem for many years in many companies. Many Delphi applications are using this approach, using a very large script, TSQL script, to control database evolutions. But it really is not easy to maintain these larger scripts and teach this to the new employers, manage this structure. So I came up with this solution, an open source solution to fix that.
Yeah, it's very good. And, obviously, as a developer, I work with some very big databases, human resource databases that are always massive. There's always loads of information. And one of the things that we do have is that we have to go from one version to a different version. Now, you can put code in your applications to do the upgrade automatically, but after a while, it becomes unusable. And so I wrote a tool years ago that takes one version of the product database and converts it to the latest version. So it does lots of manipulation and things like that as well. But your tool is much more efficient and it's better written than mine as well. So it's very good. Yeah, I put your QR code up and a few people scanned it as well. So that's really good. You've got a session tomorrow as well, don't you? Let me just see. Tomorrow you're talking about Open API Wizard, is that right?
That one is a bit more interesting. I'm not gonna reveal everything right now, but it's actually it's a plugin. It's not a library. It's a plugin for Rad Studio, and makes it easier to produce any APIs, client-side application, client-side project.
Right.
Try to automate this process as much as possible.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I've not seen the video yet, but I normally like take a sneak look at people's videos before they put them up. But yeah, it's good. I mean, you've presented a few times before. I remember you being on different webinars in the past, and your content's always really good. So it's excellent. Okay, all right. Well, I'm not going to keep you too long. My dog keeps barking as well, so I might have to go and throw him outside or something. It's not so hot today, so he won't die. He'll just get hot. Yeah, but thanks for showing us. So I will see you again tomorrow. Are you going to be there for the live Q&A tomorrow as well?
Sure.
Okay, that's excellent. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Ali, and I will speak to you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
No worries. You're welcome. Excellent. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
Oh, Martha and I both clicked at the same time. So if you want to see Ali's product, go to EasyDB Migrator. He's been answering questions in the chat. We're kind of making up some content. I need to fix my dog who is barking away in the background. We've got, ironically, we were running late, and let me just send a message to someone. Hold on one second. Hold on. I'm just saying, deal with the dog, because I don't know what his problem is. Yeah, I just wanted to. We were running late, and now we've actually got a little bit of a gap because we had a session that we did have planned for this section now, and actually the person dropped out, so we had a bit of a gap as a result. The next session after this will be in an hour and 20 minutes time, so we're going to play a replay. Just this second, though, what I want to do is just address some things that came up in the chat. A couple of people mentioned Yaroslav and the fact that one of his websites ends in .ru. And I just want to address that because it's been asked before, and this is my personal take on it. But Idera and Embarcadero are US-based companies, so we adhere. But even I live in the US despite the accent, and we're required to adhere to US government regulations when it comes to any exports anywhere. And that could be, the US government comes up with a list of countries that they've got disagreements with, and there are wars around the world, and there's famine, and there's all sorts of horrific things going on. And it's very difficult to not be touched by worldwide politics when you're a global company. Okay, and my personal position on this, and I am speaking currently for myself. I'll cover up my Embarcadero logo, but currently I'm speaking for myself. My personal opinion, as I've always said to MVPs, because they argue about politics, American politics is very divisive, Republicans, Democrats, all the rest of it. I always say our only religion is Delphi or C++, and our only politics are tabs or spaces. And the reason I say that is I'm not trying to belittle any conflicts around the world. There have been many wars, even in my childhood, that, you know, the UK went to war, and in my father's childhood, you know, there were wars and things like that. And I've personally lost members of the family over the years, back in the day, to war, and it touches everybody. I'm not supporting any governments by having someone on who may or may not have a Russian website. But likewise, I'm not making any judgment calls either way, you know, and I appreciate that not everybody agrees with that point of view. But I will not tolerate any personal attacks on individuals at all, because it is, you know, the people involved. I don't know either side of the story. I have sympathy, you know, with anybody that's experiencing, you know, warfare and things like that. But as far as we're concerned, you know, as far as I'm concerned personally, you know, my own personal belief is that, you know, we're here for a reason, and it is to discuss the Delphi and C++ and the products for IDEA and all the rest of it, but also, you know, come together as a family of developers. And there are forums out there that are appropriate place for people to put their cases across and argue about politics, religion, and warfare, and all the other horrific things that happen in the world. And I personally believe the world is a beautiful place. I'm always positive, always upbeat. And you know, so that is my personal position. That's the one I take. So in the chat, I do accept what you're saying. I'm not going to go around and block people if they say, hey, it's a pity that Embarcadero are supporting Russians. I accept what you're saying, but you know, we've had Ukrainians on, and we've had all sorts of other sides of different conflicts, people from lots of geopolitical spheres and things like that, from countries that America have been at war with, from countries that the UK have been at war with, and you know, all sorts of other things that go on. The world is a horrible place if you look for the horror, and it's the most beautiful place in the world if you know, the world is just quite special. So that's my personal opinion, and that's where we're at with that. So meanwhile, going back to the less horrible and weighty matters, I'm going to pick a replay because we have got quite a big gap. And the one that we're going to choose is, actually, the producer Martha is always so amazing. The one we've chosen is a replay of Christoph's session from the other day. He's a Swiss MVP and extremely talented. And we're going to do that, and then we'll come back for a live Q&A with me, and I'm going to cover some subjects about general Delphi topics, things like that. And then at 3 p.m. US Central Time, we have a session from Edgar Kautzner from Yellowfin, and then he's going to be here for a live Q&A. I really respect he's going to do that because he's Australian, so he's having to get up at 5 a.m. to take part in that. But wow, you know, I sometimes have had that happen for me when I've had to present to Australia, so I'm not feeling that sorry for him, but that's what it is. But anyway, for now, replay of Christoph's session from the other day. Speak to you later.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my session about Firebase and the library FB4E. In this session, I would like to give you an introduction to the services of Firebase and show you how you can use Firebase databases and other Firebase services from Delphi application with my open source library FB4E. As first, I will start with an overview of Firebase and where you can get the FB4E library. Then I will show you how easy it is to install and use the pure source code library FB4E. As next, we will create a project in the Firebase console, and I will demonstrate the functionality by using the intro demo application, which is included in the project. So, let's start with the introduction about Firebase. But first, I would like to introduce myself briefly. I've been a software developer for 13 years. Today I work as lead developer and software architect. I have experience from assembler to C, C++ to Delphi. I have been working as a freelancer since the 90s, mostly for medical technologies. I built systems for patient monitoring, and later I built laboratory machines for virus detection based on PCR for Roche Diagnostic. And I'm the author of the library FB4D. Let me start with an introduction to Firebase services. What is this cloud solution from Google all about? Firebase, as a collection of web services, is designed for mobile apps and web apps, but not for desktop application. Google offers a good SDK for Android, iOS, and JavaScript for web. The tools covers the entire development lifecycle for application development. I only focus on building applications. Firebase Auth for the authentication of users is the first service I will explain in detail. Firestore is similar to MongoDB because both uses a documented-oriented data model. But the database Couchbase Lite is even more similar to Firestore, but for local installation only. With cloud storage, you can build your own Dropbox system, for example, to deploy new releases. Cloud functions are server-side functions that are written in JavaScript or TypeScript and can be called from client applications. The ML-Kit offers server-side functions and client-side functions based on the TensorFlow Lite library. FB4D offers an interface to the server-side ML Vision function only. Next, I would like to show you briefly with 2 slides where my FB4D library can be obtained from. FB4D stands for Firebase for Delphi and is hosted on GitHub. I know that writing code alone is not enough. That is why I created a detailed wiki and I also maintain a discussion forum. If you like the library, please give a star to increase the range of visibility. You can also get the FB4D library from Gedit, but most of the time there is not the last version on Gedit because Embarcadero has not yet built in an automatic system for update the libraries from GitHub. With the exception of hosting, FB4D supports all Firebase built services. Of course, not all functions are available as with the original SDK, but this is my goal. I'm currently working on the integration of Gemini AI, which brings strong NLP functionality. I will demonstrate this future interface at the Econ 28 in November in Düsseldorf, in Germany. The library uses Firebase REST API internally and builds on long-running HTTP calls to be informed about database changes without the need for polling the database. It is a cross-platform library which supports all frameworks and platforms of Delphi. It is suitable for GUI applications as background threads and services. Use the correct call method, synchronous for threads and asynchronous with callback routines for GUI forms. There is a separate interface for each service provided. I have built a class factory that offers an easy access. The integration of the library is trivial. You only need to include the source folder in the project and set a compiler condition. So, enough theory. Let me start with the first Firebase service, the Firebase User Authentication. Here in this folder, I have already downloaded the FB4D project from GitHub by using my favorite tool, Tortoise for Git. Now let's go into the subfolder for the sample projects and let's open the FB4D sample group within Delphi. I recommend to do your first steps with the sample application demo 4D. I will show you with a short overview the rest of the application later. This cross-platform application provides a good starting point for getting started with Firebase. During the preparation of this session, I have tidied up and revised this important application. The main form of this application now contains a separate frame for all Firebase services. These frames are placed in tabs in the main form. This helps to keep a better overview than in the past, because the last version of this form has contained 3,000 lines of code. The application also includes all source files of FB4D directly into the project. This helps to inspect the source files of FB4D and get fastly familiar with this project. When you start the application for the first time, you must first enter a project ID and the web API key of your Firebase project. Later on, this information is saved in an ini file and you don't need to re-enter this basic data every time when you start the application. You will also not show this detail until you press the button Firebase Project Settings. But first we need to set up our own Firebase project in the Firebase console. For this purpose, I have added two link labels. With the one on the left side, you can directly open the Firebase console in your browser, while the one on the right side is depending on the selected tab and opens the Firebase console for this service in your browser. But now let's start the application for the first time. In the caption, you see the version of FB4D library. So let's open the Firebase console in the browser and we will create a new Firebase project for this demonstration. I have already two active projects linked to this Google account, so I had to blur the details for this video. Let's create a new project step by step with this wizard. I will call the project CodeRage 24. We don't need to enable Google Analytics. So the project is now ready. Let's go into the project settings. This is the project ID which we need, but the web API key is still not existing here. For this purpose, we need to add authentication services. Let's start with the authentication services. Here you see the methods for authentication, which is supplied by Firebase. We use email as primarily. Then we add also anonymous. All the other providers like Google, Facebook, Twitter or X and others, GitHub, are currently not supported by FP4E. Now let's go back to the project settings and you can see where we have already the Web API key. I can copy now the project ID and paste this ID into the corresponding field into the demo app. And I do the same for the Web API key. Before I explain the details of the authorization, I will restart the demo app. After this restart, the Firebase project settings are collapsed now. Now let's start using the authorization service. First, we need to create a user. In contrast to a classic desktop application, as we know it from the past when using SQL databases, in the new mobile world, the user is usually created by self-registration. On the other hand, it's also possible to create a user in a classical way by the administrator. However, I need to use the button Sign Up New User to do this. Therefore, I enter an email and a secret password. In terms of secret password, this password is written in plain text in the ini file in this demo application. Please never do this in a real application. Customer password should not be saved, neither encrypted nor unencrypted. So I enter here a fictitious email address and a password for testing. Then I press the sign up button and we see the new created user. Before I will explain all this detail, I show you the new user created in the Firebase console. Here, this is the user ID. Sign up not only creates the user, but also logs them in. Here you see the user is newly created. But the email is not verified yet. If you would like to have a verified email address, you can instruct the authorization service to send an email with a verification link to the user's email address. Next time you log in, this flag will be changed. Here we see the current user security token for the created user ID, which is later sent to other Firebase services as an authorization bearer in the HTTP header, in order to get access with the user ID. Each generated token has an expiry time after which a token is no longer valid. Fortunately, the FP4E library automatically renews the token when it expires. To do this, it automatically sends the refresh token to the authorization service and retrieves a new token. Before I show the next important function, the login of a user, I restart the demo application. And you see the previous created user is stored in the ini file for you. So I press now the login button. And here we get a new token with a new expiration date, with a new refresh token, and all the details. I do not like to explain all the details with the GVT claims. I refer to the wiki of the project to read all these details. Here you are able to change a display name, the email address, to set a new password, to set a photo URL for an avatar. But all these functions are not that important that I will show you. Here you can also delete a user which is logged in. But with this function you cannot delete a user from another user. It's only possible to delete the user which has signed in by themselves before. Before I show you the code behind the functions, I would like to point out another new function that I added last week. The logo in the top right corner is not only nice, but a click on it opens the browser with the project wiki on GitHub. When the project settings are expanded, the getting started description for this demo application is displayed. In all other cases, the wiki reference page of the current tab is shown. So here we see this is the constructor to get an iFirebase authentication interface. This is the function sign up with email and password as in the synchronous variant. And there is also an asynchronous version of this function. So let's show that. First, I close the running application. Then we move to the frame of the authentication service. And I show here the function sign up with email and password. Before we can use this function, I have here check and creation of this authentication class. It is here we create the class and we assign it to an interface in order that we don't have to free that interface at the end. Let's jump back to our function, because here we have with the asynchronous method two callbacks. One is the positive response, one is the error situation. Here on user response we are properly signed in and we have here in this circumstance created a new user. In the display user method, the details of the newly created user are displayed, for which we have received an iFirebase user interface. First, we show the user ID, UID, and then we have several flags which we interpret here. That's all for the moment. At this point, I would like to point out another feature of FP4E in connection with the authentication service. Since the self-registration of users is a frequently used workflow in mobile applications and can also be used by desktop applications, I have created a frame for this workflow as a reusable GUI pattern. This application uses this frame from the GUI pattern folder. Unfortunately, there is not enough time to explain the details of this workflow in detail, but I would like to refer you to the wiki which explains everything well. Here there is a description of this self-registration workflow. This diagram shows what happens in detail. It checks first if the user is already registered. If yes, we log in. If no, we sign up. And there are a lot of different options which is considered in this functionality. So this is all what I can show for the authentication service. The startup company Firebase Incorporation launched the real-time database in 2011 and was acquired by Google in October 2014. Under the new management, the second database, Firestore, was developed, which works better with structured data. Today, however, both cloud databases have their advantage and disadvantage. The real-time database stores its data in a large JSON object. It's ideal for many read access with fewer write and change accesses. The data is not stored in a highly structured manner. The database is suitable for small data volumes. The Firestore database, on the other hand, stores data in documents in hierarchically structured collections. It's suitable for high frequent read access and few write access and for infrequent changes. It offers limited query functionality and also write and read transactions. As a distributed database, it scales optimally and grows with the number of users. In contrast to the NoSQL database, the benefits of classical SQL databases are still there. It is suited better for ACID, which also be shown here. The keyword ACID means atomic consistency, isolation, and durability. On the other hand, it's more difficult for SQL database to increase the number of accesses by users, as is usually the case with cloud application with a growing number of users. It's always important to use the right tool for its purpose. The real-time database is ideal for chats and games, but also for simple real-time collaboration tools. This database is also suitable for rapidly changing measurement values for production systems. Firestore, on the other hand, is more suitable for e-commerce applications that requires real-time changes for the inventory. Even complex network applications such as a Slack or a document editor or project management systems can be built with this database. It also seems important to me to point out that complex database applications such as a ERP or a CRM, but also banking system, are still better solved with SQL databases. The real-time database has its own JSON object as a setting, where access rule can be defined per node. Read and write rights can be defined differently. Validation rules can be written to ensure a minimal data structure. Individual fields can be indexed for faster search and sorting access. Enough the theory. Let me start with setup the real-time database. First, I start the demo application again and sign in with the previously created user. Then I change to the type of the real-time database and I open the Firebase console in my browser for setup the real-time database. At this point, Google asks me if I'm sure I need the real-time database because they are trying to redirect more users to the newer database. Nevertheless, I start the creation with a real database. Here I can select where my database should be physically stored. Another question clarifies which access rules I want to start with. To avoid having to deal with the complex access rules right from the start, I leave access open for 13 days. But it's clear that such a setting would be a security risk for a productive database. Now the database has been created and I still have to copy the database link for my demo application. I will enter this here. The first thing I want to do is write the value into the database. To do this, I choose the put method. I write the no-name first value and the test data. I add that to the node and I use the put node asynchronous method. Now I would like to view the result in the console. Here we see the value. Yet I can show the functionality of the get asynchronous method. Here we see we get this value. Normally we don't write the node directly into the root, but we use a pass. For the second attempt. Here we see the second value. If we only want to write a part of a node, we need the method patch. So I switch to the patch type and add a third value name pair by calling the put method in the asynchronous version. Let's see the result. To understand the patch operation better, I will repeat the put. So you see the third value is removed again. As next, I would like to show you another write operation which is also very useful. It is the post operation. It creates a new node with a random ID. I use the asynchronous variant and we check the result. Here you see we have this automatically created ID and here the value, and I do it once more with another data. So you see we have different IDs for different data. The delete function is easy to understand. That is how quickly a node can be removed again. The entire test pass is deleted. Finally, I will show you the database listener. A listener is installed with the start button for the current database pass. I can install several listeners running in parallel for different paths. With the previous shown operation, I'm able to create new nodes. I do that a second time. And here in this line, you see the reported changes in the database. We will inspect that. And we will check what we get here. Same. And I can stop the listener again. I have to select it from the list and stop it. On server variables, there is only one functionality, get server timestamp, which informs me about the current timestamp of the server. That's all functionality for the real-time database. Now I will explain some theoretical aspects of the Firestore database. One Firebase project can contain more than one Firestore database. The documents contains JSON object with a set of predefined data types. Each document can contain a different structure. There is typically no scheme, but rules can be defined. On the other side, often the documents of a collection has the same structure, or at least main elements are the same and optional elements are only contained in some documents. Document IDs are typically randomly generated character strings of a size of 20 characters. Attention! Field order in the document is not defined and varies between each read. This doesn't matter if you use the method of FP4D to get the fields. This is an example of a Firestore database for an online bookstore. In the collection books, we have a list of documents describing a book. To limit the number of read accesses for the master view, it would be better to integrate an abstract out of the preview document directly into the book document, and also the last 3 reviews. This leads me to inform about the paradigm shift in NoSQL database. Redundancies are no longer avoidable and are tolerated. For this purpose, the structure should be set up in such a way that fast and few readings are sufficient to save costs. So let me create our first Firestore database in the console. For this purpose, I change to the Firestore tab and open the Firebase console for the Firestore. Here I create a new database. I can select again the location. I set up the starting rules for the access. This is our new database with the name default. Let's go back and let the database ID empty for the default database. I set up a collection test call and create the document. And let's inspect this new document. Here it's empty. This is the document ID, which we also find here. So I insert a simple document by choosing this combo box and back, and we have a document with one test field with this simple text. There are 2 ways to read or write the content of a document. Either by accessing fields via the JSON object of the document, taking into account the data structure. This older approach is still used in the demo application. Here we see the field of a type string being written to the document of a simple document. And here we see a real document with a much complexer structure. However, there is a newer, simpler way with a document to Delphi object wrapper that simplifies access by using the TTI. Only one class needs to be derived from the Firestore document. This approach is shown in the sample application FS object to doc test. This is the class which is derived from the Firestore document. Here is the class for writing. The document is created with the save object to document method. For reading, we need the load object from document. It's more simple than the first, older approach. As next, we can patch this document and add a second field. As next, I can demonstrate to get this document. This is the result of get. And we can also delete again this document. For the next example, I choose here a complex document, which creates me a document with all field types. You see, we have a simple real field, a reference field to another node, an integer field, a string field, a geolocation point, an array of 4 with strings, and the fourth is a map. The map contains another map with a time, with a string, with a boolean, with a double, with a string, with a geo point, with a null. How does this look? Here in the console. This is our array. This is a bool. Here we have a bytes as a blob. Perhaps I can show that a little bit better. A string, a subarray, time, another submap. Here we have a null, we have real, we have a reference, we have strings. And even as explained, if I use get once more, the order of the fields are randomly. Before I can show you the query, I will delete again this document and clear the log and check the results in the console. As next, I would like to demonstrate the run query. For this purpose, I need to create at least 5 documents with a test int field which is randomly created. This is our first. Next document. Here we have the 70. Let's do it faster. So we should have now 5 documents. Let's check that. I remove the document and I make a get. Then we see, okay, we have 6 documents, but so far that's fine. We go to query. We set a minimal value for the query. And you see here we get 3 documents if we have a filter for test int higher than 50. If we reduce this limit a little bit, less, so we have 4. We have one more. That is how the query is working. As next, I want to demonstrate the listener. I set it for the same collection as we have used before. So you see all our installed documents came back, and if I add a new one, the 99, you see we will get immediately this document back. I can stop it again, and here you see with this new icon that the listener is still running. Now it's stopped. Finally, I will talk briefly about transactions. There are 2 types, read transaction and write transaction. The first are used in case where we want to query multiple documents at the same time, while write transactions allow multiple documents to be written to the database atomically at the same time. Let's demonstrate the write transaction. For this purpose, I will create 2 new documents. And here you see that the document is not written yet into the database. I will create another, add it, and the database will be written into the database when I press the commit. That's all about write transactions. I have already created the storage in the Firebase console, and now I only need to add the bucket name into the demo app. First, I want to upload a photo to the store. For this purpose, I choose a photo from this year's Delphi Summit in Amsterdam. We check the result in the Firebase console and can see this photo is uploaded properly. And finally, we want to download the photo again. Download asynchronous. So you can see the photo is downloaded. Perhaps also important to know, there is no get directory function which you can read the contents of the storage. That is why you have to write references to the files in the storage in one of the 2 databases in an application. That's all about the storage. Unfortunately, there is not enough time left in this session to show the other 2 services. I will just give you a brief overview. With the server-side functions, functions created in JavaScript or TypeScript can be started from a client application. This example shows a function from the unit test. With Vision ML, you can upload a photo from the storage, or you can upload an image in GIF or TIFF format, or even a PDF and analyze it with various functions and features. In addition to text recognition, this image processing system also offers object recognition, face recognition, landmark detection, and much more. To use this function, however, you need a paid subscription with a credit card. So I have to come to the end of my session. I would like to share a few general thoughts about writing open source. I started this library in a large customer project, and I had at that time a sponsor for the main development. I will be happy to help you with any questions or problems in getting to know this library. On the other hand, please understand that I cannot work for free on your project. If you need support, I'm happy to offer you consulting and collaboration in your project. And for cases where you have a commercial application with this library, think about the sponsoring, because this also secures your development investment. This is because the Firebase API is constantly being expanded and updated and require maintenance. And also for small application, don't forget to give the GitHub project a star if this library helps you.
Excellent session. It was so good that I decided to do a replay. We had a bit of a gap. Our next session doesn't start until the hour. So currently, for my time, it is 2:35, and the next session will start at 3 p.m. Firebase got so many things that you can do with it, and Christoph is an excellent presenter. He takes it exactly the right pace. I actually picked up a few little notes about how to present a few things based on what he was doing. It's very, very good. I liked it. But anyway, I think it was one of those subjects that needed a little bit more repeating. It was worth repeating. So that's why we played it now. Okay, so what I'm going to do to fill a bit of a gap, I've been eating yellow crisps, yellow chips, and it's like queso flavored chips, and so my mouth is yellow now. I apologize if I look a bit weird. I look a bit weird anyway. But so what I thought I'd do is just cover some community knowledge and learning places and things like that, where you can learn more about development in general, but also specifically to do with Rad Studio and some of the other tools that you're going to see on here, and also talk about some upcoming events and a few other things. So I'm going to share my screen. So let me make sure I get the right screen, because that would be weird. Otherwise we get this weird effect. It says also share your system audio. I don't think we need that. And how do we get this to go? I think if I do this, yes. So first of all, if you're not familiar with it, and I'm sure you should be by now, I'm just going to go in here and press F11 to begin the site. But this is embarcadero.com. You can see on my t-shirt, I know I'm very tiny at the moment, but see on my t-shirt, that's where I'm from, and embarcadero.com. We're actually doing this whole event via codegear.com. And if you don't know who CodeGear are, it's basically really a name that was used back in the days of Borland and all around that era. And it was used specifically to refer to development products. And as Idera, which is the parent company of Embarcadero, has purchased or acquired or developed more sister companies, like, for example, Yellowfin, who you saw earlier on, or Ultra Edit, who you will see later. Tomorrow, I think, is a session. And in fact, yeah, let me just check that, because I want to make sure we're getting the right sessions mentioned here. Sessions. Edit. Yes, tomorrow morning, the very first session is actually from Bradley, and it is about Ultra Edit. Anyway, as Idera have acquired or merged with these companies, some of them have a kind of synergy, and that synergy was really that we're all in the kind of gear for coding. We are software or tools for writing software development, and so it made sense, given that we still owned the trademark, to brand that, or shall we say, promote that under the CodeGear banner. So if you go from here and go to codegear.com like that, and you'll see us mentioned here. It doesn't matter how you've actually heard about these sessions. Maybe you do it via YouTube. And if you are watching on YouTube, haven't done it already, click on like and subscribe. It's actually more important than you'd imagine, because then you get the notifications. And I've had a few people tell me they're having problems receiving emails to join in these sessions. But if you go to codegear.com, there's some of the sessions listed here. We've had a little bit of a problem keeping them up to date, but they are actually up to date, because the next session will be Edgar Kautzner at 3 p.m. and it's currently 20 to 3 my time, or 2:39 if you want to do that. Tomorrow, obviously, these sessions about Ultra Edit, and if you don't know what Ultra Edit is, absolutely superb tool. I've actually, as we speak, let me just make sure I'm not showing anything I shouldn't. Yep, no, I'm not. So Ultra Edit, if you've not seen it before, very, very groovy, very powerful editor. I'm doing it completely disservice. At the moment, I've got the ribbon turned off, but has a ribbon mode as well. Where did it go? Whoops, I just made it disappear. It's got mode and various things like that. So you can have an expanded ribbon and all the rest of it. I actually personally use it in like menu mode, like traditional menu, just because I'm kind of a bit of a power user. But it does some cool things. It can edit very, very, very large files, and I mean gigabytes of files. And it's got syntax highlighting. It's got this nice kind of thumbnail thing down here, and it's got explorers. There are many, many things. Well, tomorrow's session, very first thing, we'll be talking all about that and what kind of stuff it does. I'm not an expert. I'm just an average user. I use it myself. But Bradley will be there as an expert. But look at all the other sessions there. Kevin Bond, Paul McGee, Ali Deban will be back again. And then finally, Marco Hayes, I can't say his name, so I call him Marco G. He's got that Dutch hard G in his name, but he is a G from GDK. He'll be finishing off the week with a session on Delphi tips and tricks, and then we'll do our traditional farewell, everybody. But CodeGear, just so you know what that is, it's actually a group of companies, so it incorporates RAD Studio, Delphi, C++. Ultra Edit will be part of that banner for now, and Visual Assist, which is a very, very good tool if you're a C++ programmer, and Yellowfin in the next session from Edgar will be a session on Yellowfin and show you exactly how to make it fly. Very cool stuff. Now, things to talk about. If you want to read about Delphi programming in a traditional format, and also Pascal programming, then I thoroughly recommend going to the Blaze Pascal website and downloading a copy. The Blaze Pascal is this one, blazepascalmagazine.eu, and it's run by a good friend of mine, Detlef Overbeek. He's based in Amsterdam, I believe. Met him a couple of times, and he regularly calls me. Detlef is one of those people, he knows my Skype number and then forgets that I live in the United States and thinks that I live in England. So I now have to lock it out so I don't get called at 3 a.m. because Detlef has done that before now, thinking it's 9 a.m. my time, which is always exciting. But why would I want to know about this? It's a great magazine. And, it does cover Lazarus, and it does cover Free Pascal, and it covers some of the other things they do, but it also covers Delphi. And I actually write for this magazine. There is a Brazilian version as well that goes out to Brazilian Delphi developers. And whilst we are not on the same side, so to speak, as Free Pascal, it doesn't mean to say we're enemies. We actually approach different audiences, really. But the most important thing about this is what is done for Pascal in general, Object Pascal, because whether it's Free Pascal and Lazarus or it's RAD Studio and Delphi, we try to make sure that our offerings are, worthwhile and powerful. But we're all speaking a flavor of Object Pascal. And so this magazine has articles that are relevant to just general Object Pascal or very specific about Delphi. The articles in there from me quite often come from the website. There's one about Eugene, who passed away recently, and it's available both in a hard copy format and also in a electronic format, so you can get it as a PDF, or you can get it as a physical book, like literally get a magazine. And if you go anywhere, you'll bump into Detlef sooner or later showing that. So yeah, if you want to read more about casual stuff to do with software development using Object Pascal and Delphi, then that's a great magazine to go for. But if you're not finished reading and you still want plenty of other things to talk about and read, then you cannot go wrong with this website. You all know Patrick because he's always, and I'm going to show him up on the screen again, he's always in the chat. See that? I haven't asked him to do that. He does that kind of thing all the time. Patrick Prematin runs this site, and the site is delphi-books.com. You can see it in the top there, delphi-books.com. It is a beautiful website apart from anything else, but it is all about Delphi books. Basically, single Delphi book that you could ever want is listed in here with a link to where you can buy it, or where you can download it for free if it's a free book, and so on and so forth. Definitely worth going to. Patrick, has got listings in all languages as well. He speaks French and English as a language. He always talks about his English, says his extraordinary accent. But look at what he's done, and he does so many other things as well. He's one of the real hidden gems, I think. And actually, he's now posted up the link. Of course, he has posted it in the chat because that's where Patrick lives. But delphibooks.com, you've really got to go there. It's absolutely superb. If there's a book written about Object Pascal, Delphi, or anything like that, then go to this, find it. And one of the sites mentioned, one of the books mentioned on there, the Christie site, and I'm going to bring that up whilst we Alistair Christie's book, and that's Code Better in Delphi, and he's got another one called, and I think it's here somewhere, Code Better in Delphi, and there's a Code Faster in Delphi. And if I go to that, his website is learndelphi.tv. And Alistair is based in, I think, Australia. Alistair, I apologise if I'm placing you in the wrong place, because it might be New Zealand. Let me just check that. So it here. Australian. Yeah, that's all right. Here in New Zealand. Yeah, that's right. I thought so. I thought he was in New Zealand, but he pops up in the Australian user group quite frequently. So that's why I had to check. But yeah, he's definitely New Zealand. So if we just go back to the main site, he's got a couple of books, which I absolutely insist. If you want to know more about going beyond the basics of using Rad Studio, and I know this sounds a bit like a sales pitch or something like that, but I'm really not. But if you go beyond that kind of thing, then you can read his books. Let me just make his website come up. Come on. Learn more. There you go. Learn more. So Code Faster in Delphi, literally, things like how to multi-paste, weird things in the editor that you never knew existed, and I learned sometime I read it. The editor toolbar, structure view, explains all the things about the IDE that you could need to want to know, talks about interfaces and just general ways to improve your coding, speed things up, and get to from A to B a lot quicker. He knows what he's talking about. Every time you see one of his videos, and he's got a lot on YouTube, you will definitely learn something new. So he's got Code Faster. I thought, what's the other one called? Code Better. There you go. I knew something like that. My brain is definitely melted. But Code Better in Delphi. And actually, VCL Examples is saying quite rightly, thank you for pointing that out, for C++ builder developers, there are 100 educational videos can be found at youtube.com/VCL examples. Thank you for that, VCL examples. I'm sorry I don't promote you more, because I should do. You're a pretty decent person in terms of, imparting your knowledge to the community, and you deserve a call out as well. So well done, VCL examples. Oh, I'm a bit obscured by the banner there. That's probably good. You can't see me, so there you go. But VCL examples on YouTube. And Code Better in Delphi, great book. And as also, if you go to learn Delphi.tv, you can also go to his YouTube channel, because he is a demon of producing content. And I mean a demon. He has gigabytes of videos. I know I put a lot of videos out. I know I host a lot of stuff. But boy, Alistair just never sleeps. I'm sure of it. And this is not his main thing. He does Delphi consultancy and work as well. But in his bio, he says he lives on a lifestyle block in New Zealand. If you don't know what that is, it's what the Americans would call a homestead or something like that. It's a block that's designed for you to be kind of self-sufficient in terms of vegetables and fruit and stuff like that. I'm sure he would better describe it than me. But it's a mini farm, mini ranch or something like that. That's my understanding of it. He should explain. He probably does explain in a video, because believe me, he's got enough videos. He probably does it there. He also recently approached me and said he had all this content, and he wanted a lot of it was commercial content, and he's working his way through it. And he's decided to donate a lot of it to the community for the benefit of the community. What? It's enough that he promotes all this content, but he's also giving a lot of it away and things like that as well. It's so much of it. It's actually taken me ages to start going through it, because I've been busy preparing things. And it was a couple of months ago that we had the conversation. But he is so generous with his time, and the kind of videos that he comes up with are just absolutely amazing. Really. Delphi inversion hackery. There you go. What a video that is. But that's Alistair Christie. Really, really great guy. I like him a lot. Now that was LearnDelphi.tv. This one, LearnDelphi.org, is actually owned by Embarcadero. And there are a bunch of blog posts on there. You'll find lots of them with my face on. There's also things to do with Python, and there's things to do with other bits and bobs as well. And there's all sorts of content. I'm not even sure. Let me put this in the right place, and I can put it. But yeah, why is it important to share your knowledge in Delphi? Look, it's Alistair Christie again. How to build an interactive GUI application using Delphi FMX and NASA API and all the rest of it. Check out the what you can do with Rad Studio 12. Yeah, and that's some guy called Ian Barker. Oh wait, that's me. That's not the best one there. There are plenty better ones than that. But Dion Mai and Priyatham and all the others. So that's learndelphi.org. And what else have we got? If you're thinking about some other training and you think, you know what, I have too much money, it's time I spent some. Because that's what happens, right? Yeah. Then you should probably try going to embarcaderoacademy.com. If you go there, you will find that some of these courses are a little bit outdated now, but they are updating them. I've had a chat with them. There's Alistair yet again, because of course he is everywhere. David I, one of my predecessors in the role I'm doing now. Jim McKeith was before me, and before Jim McKeith have been all sorts of people. But David I was the guy that really started it off. Really great guy. I quite like David I. He's kind of retired or semi-retired now, but he still puts out stuff regularly about development and software development, particularly with C++ and Rad Studio and Delphi. And he's also interviewed some quite top people, like, for example, Björn Strustrup, the inventor of C++. So interesting guy. He knows his stuff. Hugh Collingbourne, very famous author in the UK, technical author. He's got courses on here. I know it says JavaScript, C and C#, but this is a learning platform, and these authors get a cut or a payment from what you're getting. Now, I want to point something out. It is embarcaderoacademy.com. However, it is not an Embarcadero or Idera company. They're a completely independent company. They have a deal with us where they can use the legitimately use the phrase Embarcadero, and their content is mostly 99.9% about Embarcadero products. But as you can see here with the JavaScript and C and C#, they do allow some other content on there as well, which is absolutely fine. There's stuff from Marco Cantu, and if you go down to here, there is also the course that I created, which is the Mastering Mobile App Development. Learn everything you need to say, I am a mobile developer. Now, there was an offer last quarter, I think, where you bought a copy or something like that of Rad Studio or Delphi, then you could get this course for free. If you're not sure what the details are, and I have to confess, even though my name is involved in it, I don't know the details. Contact your salesperson, ask about that, and they'll talk about what the terms and conditions were. If you think you're entitled to it and you haven't had a little tag from them yet, a little what do you call it, a coupon code, that's what I'm looking for, then ask your salesperson and they'll give you a coupon code, and then that will take the price. It basically gives a $400 discount on the price down to zero. So all that content is on there for free. This course is roughly 8 hours or longer. Just FYI, it's in 2 parts. Part 1 is available now. Part 2 is I'm still doing some stuff to it because Android changed partway through me doing it, and a few other things happened. Apple had some kind of change to some APIs, so I had to redo some of the content and add more to it. But it's very comprehensive and worth looking at. So that's Embarcadero Academy. That's it really for what I want to talk about. The only other thing I wanted to cover was if you go to our blog site, which is blogs.embarcadero.com, and select the community tag, what you will get there is a list of various things like Discord groups, if you're into Discord, which is usually a gaming comms platform, but lots of people use it for hosting forums and things like that. If you're old enough to remember the old Linux forums, and Patrick yet again has put the link in there because he's my guy and always doing these things. But if you remember the old Unix, user groups, Unet, I think it was called, or Newsnet. I think these Discord and people like that basically took over once that all went away. But there's a group for everybody here. This one, if you're into mobile development or you want to get into mobile development, absolutely guarantee this is probably the best forum out there by far to get knowledge from people who are using Rad Studio to write mobile apps. Dave Nottage is one of our MVPs. He's based in Australia as well. And I see Edgar is awake and essentially alive. So, I apologize to the Australians and people in New Zealand around the other side of the world for having to get them up so early. But Dave Nottage, I would love to get him on more webinars, but Dave for some reason likes going to sleep and not waking up at 3 a.m. I've told him before that's ridiculous. Well, I have the same problem when I appear at the Australian user group. But Slack, that particular group, if you're into mobile apps, go there because it is the destination. It is the place to go to where you'll get some advice. There are all sorts of others. If you want to know about Skier and Skier for Delphi, this Telegram group is really by far the best one because the guys from the Skier for Delphi group are actually, they hang out and there and answer the questions. The advantage of Telegram is if you get the pro version of Telegram, it's not often that you get something beneficial if you pay for something that's otherwise free. With the pro version of Telegram, it'll translate it into your own language. So I'm on some Brazilian groups and German groups as well. And the Telegram, I see the messages appear in English, which is great. And when I reply, I type in English and it translates it back into the forum's native language, which is Brazilian Portuguese or something like that. So absolutely wonderful. But just go there to blogs.embarcadero.com community, as you see in the link at the bottom, and from Patrick, and knock yourself out. It's good stuff. Well, I personally think I deserve a pat on the back there for being able to fill the time exactly right. Let me just turn off my screen. And we have reached the end of the session, the last session for the day. And we've got a session now from one of my colleagues at Yellowfin. His name is Edgar Katzner, and he'll come and correct my pronunciation later, just like everybody else does. But it's a session for about, let me see, 57 minutes. And then we're going to carry on afterwards for a live Q&A. So hang around at the end of it, and then we'll do our traditional closing after that. But an hour, probably in a bit more with the live Q&A. But we're going over now to the pre-recorded section. Edgar will be there with us afterwards for live Q&A. Speak to you soon.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the next session for the Dev Days of Summer 2024. I hope the last couple of weeks or the week and a half has been really fulfilling. Hope you've been learning heaps and getting to know a lot about the Idera suite of products, and also getting a lot of food for thought and ideas for where you might take your platforms and continue innovation on your end. Welcome to the next session. This is going to be run by myself, Edgar Kautzner, and we're going to be talking about maximizing customer value with embedded analytics and Yellowfin. So I hope you find this session really valuable. I'm going to be presenting for about 40 minutes or so, and then there'll be about 20 minutes for Q&A. So feel free to write those questions down and ask them at the end. All right, a little bit about myself. As you can tell from my accent, I'm based down under in Melbourne, Australia. My name's Edgar Kautzner, and I'm the Managing Director of Minera Analytics. We are a Yellowfin partner, a very long-standing Yellowfin partner, and have a team of consultants based across North America, Australia, and Asia. We specialize very heavily in Yellowfin, and I would say we have well over 50 years combined experience, and hoping to provide as much knowledge to you as possible about Yellowfin and embedded analytics. So what are we going to be covering today? We're going to talk about business intelligence and analytics and embedded BI. Some of you might not be super familiar with embedded analytics or analytics more broadly, so we'll talk about that at a high level. And we'll talk about how a product like Yellowfin, an analytics product, can be embedded within your platform to drive and build customer value, as well as create additional revenue streams for your product. We're going to talk about the age-old question as well of build versus buy. A lot of customers come to us having built some analytics content manually, and they often find that unsustainable. So I'm going to talk about some of those challenges so hopefully you don't need to go down that path. You can learn from some of the experiences from our customers. We're going to then deep dive into Yellowfin for developers. So we're going to talk about the developer toolkit. We're going to talk about some of the APIs and multi-tenancy and some other really critical and important features that will help you get Yellowfin tightly embedded into your product. White labeling is another thing we're going to talk about. And then after that, we're going to go into a hands-on demo. So this is going to, first of all, show what an embedded analytics platform might look like. But then we're going to go ahead and build out a platform using Yellowfin and embed different types of analytics. And I'm going to take you through the process of that. So we'll look at the REST API, we're going to look at the JavaScript API and do a whole lot of technical stuff. So stay tuned for that. I hope you really enjoy that. After that, we're going to just talk about a couple of considerations for embedded BI that you may not have considered. And then we'll talk a little bit about Monera and do some Q&A. So hang tight, let's get started. So what is business intelligence? Business intelligence or analytics is really about data-driven decision making. It's about helping business stakeholders make informed decisions and monitor business performance using data. And from an enterprise perspective, of course, a client or a customer might have a whole lot of different systems, a CRM system, a finance system, an operational system, and their business intelligence and analytics might be about unifying that data and then gaining value from understanding how the business is performing, what the opportunities to improve the business might be, and really supporting those data-driven decisions. And that could be at an operational level, it could be at a managerial level, and it could be at a more strategic level. Analytics is also about really gaining a competitive advantage. So through knowing your business and knowing the environment that the business operates in, you're going to make informed decisions and gain a competitive advantage. And there's quite a lot of research to support that as well. BI will also provide you with a whole lot more context and really ability to explore the data to gain insights in ways that you may not with other types of traditional methods. Certainly in Yellowfin, there are various features that allow you to automate some of the analysis as well, which is really cool. But business intelligence is all about supporting data-driven decision making. Now, when that comes to an embedded use case, what we're talking about here is providing an analytical experience to your customers through your platform so that they can make informed decisions based upon the data that's collected. We've worked with a huge amount of different platforms to help them get analytics implemented within the platform. And really, this is all about, so if we're talking about a CRM system, for example, helping the platform's customers surface the data that's collected in the CRM and get business value from the data. And one of the really great things about that is it means that you start engaging at a different level with the customers. Whereas an operational system, you might be generally used by operational staff and frontline staff. When you start getting into analytics and data-driven decision-making, it actually pushes the value in the platform up the hierarchy. So you end up getting a lot more leverage with more senior people. So as I said, it's all about creating value for your customers, providing visibility into their data that they're collecting through your platform, and also providing not only dashboards that are pre-built, but also a self-service BI experience that will allow them to create their own content as well. And when customers start creating content in your platform and investing a lot of time in creating analytics content in your platform, that's when you really get a lot of stickiness, because especially senior people are getting value from all of that analytics content that's been built. So there's a huge amount of customer value. Now, through all of that, this drives your revenue as well. There are various ways that you can commercialize and monetize the data in your platform, but certainly getting subscription revenue from the analytics module. Now, that could be just an additional, or being able to charge more for your platform, or it could be an optional extra where clients subscribe to an analytics piece, and there may be multiple tiers. You could have a tier that involves users just creating or consuming dashboards that you've created, but there could be other tiers where maybe they get access to more advanced content, or maybe they get access to a self-service BI experience. So all of those can be monetized and drive revenue or new revenue streams for your organization. The other one is around services revenue. So creation, allowing your customers to engage your staff to create analytics content on their behalf. And this is a very significant revenue stream. One of the great things about what I'm going to talk to you about today with Yellowfin is that doesn't involve developers. That involves analysts or consultants who may, for example, be involved in configuration of your product, who would go ahead and build out that content. And so you're not going to be clogging up your development pipeline, your development throughput with creating charts one by one. This is something that can be done in a different part of the organization. And I mentioned customer stickiness and customer loyalty. All of this really, the analytics offering will certainly increase the stickiness of your customers and engagement that they have with your platform over and above the workflow or the operational benefits of it. This is just a simple example of an embedded BI use case. I'm going to actually show you this very system in, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes or so, just to show you what that will look like. But you can see here we have the application header, and then we have a number of different analytics artifacts that have been embedded within the platform. We're going to look at how to actually do this as part of this session. So when people come and talk to us about some of the challenges they're having, these are some of the things that often come up. Some of our clients, before engaging with us, went down a build path as opposed to a buy path, meaning they initially thought, okay, we're going to go ahead and custom code a whole lot of JavaScript charts using a library like D3 or high charts or something like that, and go ahead and build out that content because it'll save in not needing to incorporate another platform. But one of the things that you realize pretty quickly is if you are successful in actually building content that is relevant, when it comes down to it, your clients are going to want it a little bit different because everyone's business is a bit different. The way they use your platform is a bit different. So you're going to get a whole lot of requests for different versions of those charts, and that's going to clog up your development pipeline. Your developers are going to be busy creating new custom charts one by one as opposed to building out the core platform. So the analytics ends up completely dependent on the internal developers, and there's certainly a huge opportunity cost in that. Your developers, instead of building out the great platform that you are known in the market for, you end up with constrained resources because they're busy building out analytics content. So an alternative to that, and what a lot of customers come to us with the challenge I've just spoken about, is to go ahead and incorporate a product into your platform like Yellowfin. Certainly the time to value is shorter because you can get it embedded quickly and then build out the content really quickly. And most importantly, the content doesn't need to be delivered by developers. It can be delivered by consultants. So really cost effective. The other thing is it's scalable and flexible. So Yellowfin, as for example, can horizontally scale, can vertically scale. As your customer usage increases, you can go ahead and do that. So certainly it will scale and grow as your usage evolves over time. And more usage means more revenue, of course, for you, and more stickiness. So what's Yellowfin? So Yellowfin is one of the products in the Idera family, and it was actually built in my hometown of Melbourne, and maybe about 3 years ago became part of the Idera family, and is an industry-leading BI platform. It has been recognized in Gartner, and really, Yellowfin's been built from the ground up as an embedded solution. So it allows you to embed analytics content, so presentations, dashboards, reports, and report builder user experience, self-service BI, into your application. And and also white label the experience. So the fact that you're using Yellowfin should be transparent to the end user. And Yellowfin is really a very, very flexible data visualization tool. And we're going to focus today on the extensibility of Yellowfin and how it can really help developers deliver upon your objectives. The platform itself can be deployed in a way that you like. So when you purchase Yellowfin, you get a license key and an installer. And you can choose to install Yellowfin in a number of ways. And I'm going to talk about this in a bit more detail later on. But you can deploy it, for example, on a Windows VM, on a Linux VM, on a container, and it runs alongside your application and will deliver the content into the application. So really flexible, highly secure, highly governed platform, and it's built for self-service BI. Oops. There we go. So what are the main advantages of Yellowfin? So as I mentioned, it's designed for that embedded use case. But one thing I touched upon was the data governance and security infrastructure. So you might have requirements where your clients, within a client organization, they need to have, that you might need to put row-level security in place. So certain people can only see certain data. So maybe someone from the North American division may only see data from the North American division, and likewise for Asia. But you might also have a whole lot of requirements around content security. So who should see which content, which dashboard, which data points. And all of that is handled within the Yellowfin platform. I spoke about a flexible and scalable deployment, of course, about using clustering and horizontal and vertical scaling. And what I'm going to talk about in a lot of detail is the developer toolkit. So Yellowfin has a really, really robust set of APIs to help you embed, programmatically control Yellowfin, do all of your user onboarding and deployment of tenants and SSO and all of that kind of stuff, as well as incorporating external JS libraries, code mode, and a whole lot of different things. So it's a really rich developer toolkit that it has in the platform. There's also a whole lot of integrated AI features, including signals that will help understand patterns in your data and surface those to your end users. Okay, so you can choose the user experience when you use Yellowfin. So you can go ahead and use one of the native clients. So you can use, for example, the Yellowfin app to deploy the user experience. You can use an embedded web client, or you can use the Yellowfin client through a redirect. Okay, so you have the Yellowfin app that will go ahead and deploy or I should say, deliver the content as it's deployed. And of course, Yellowfin will pull directly from your data warehouse or your data sources and will deliver that data in real time to your end users. We're going to talk a little bit about some considerations around the data layer that you may not have considered, because sometimes there is a need to, or I should say often there's a need to structure your data in a way that will be performant and suitable for reporting purposes, because the structure of your transactional application is optimized for exactly what it's for, a transactional application, but maybe not for reporting workloads. So often we might need to create some helper tables or maybe a separate data repository to facilitate some of that. I mentioned the APIs before, but very briefly, we're going to look at two of these three APIs for various embedding scenarios. We're going to look at the JavaScript API, which allows you to embed Yellowfin content in your pages. There are two different ways that it can be done. I'm going to show you both. We're going to have a look at the embed links that can be very easily put into a web page. But I'm also going to show you the advanced API, which allows some more flexible control as well. I'm also going to show you the REST API, and that allows you to govern all of your user onboarding, your SSO, your programmatic control of Yellowfin as well. There's a huge amount, a huge library of calls that are available, and I'm going to take you through those. There's also the SOAP API, which is, I suppose, the initial way that we did all of the user onboarding. Generally, we're recommending clients use the REST API now instead, as it's the modern standard. I mentioned the Rich Developer Toolkit, so there are a lot of different aspects to this, but one is being able to incorporate external JS charting libraries. So Yellowfin has about 55 different visualizations, but if you wanted something really specific to your use case, you can go ahead and add that into incorporate a third-party charting library. So in this case, we're using Fusion Charts, which is actually an Idera product. But there's also other products, of course, like D3, Charts.js, Mapbox, etc., that you can incorporate into Yellowfin as well. Also, we have dashboard code mode, and that allows you to turbocharge your dashboards by modifying the HTML directly and also adding JavaScript and CSS to make them look exactly how you want them to look. The other thing that we have in Yellowfin is very, very, very comprehensive restyling and white labeling. So in Yellowfin, you're able to create images and CSS that will effectively override the images and CSS in Yellowfin. And the benefit of that is to make the overall user experience as transparent as possible and completely on brand with your source application. So really, the aim is to make Yellowfin look as close and tightly integrated to your platform as possible. And we'll talk briefly about how that's done a little bit later in the presentation. The other thing that I've briefly touched upon, but is really important to an embedded use case, a multi-client use case, is the multi-tenant capability of Yellowfin. Yellowfin has always been a multi-tenant application, and this allows you to logically separate your content between client orgs or tenants into, I suppose, virtual Yellowfin instances. You can have effectively a virtual Yellowfin instance per client. And there are some really great things that come with that. One is that you can build out a whole lot of standard content at the default level, and that can be accessed from each of the client orgs. So you got a central set of centrally administered content, one copy, that you can distribute to all your client orgs, and it will respect all the security that you've built in. So for example, if you've got a multi-database source system architecture where you have each client has their own database, Yellowfin will dynamically switch those data sources when the content is accessed from a given tenant. Likewise, if you've got a single monolithic database, Yellowfin will filter the database or the reports and dashboards based upon that organization ID. And this all happens dynamically. And the great thing here is that you can have a single set of centrally administered dashboards and reports that you keep adding to and keep improving. And so you're easily building a lot of value into the platform without having to copy and have a scenario where you have a divergence of content between organizations. And there's a lot more to it. That's really just at a high level. All right, so let's get into a demo. I'm going to quickly talk about what I'm going to do in this demo, and then we'll get stuck in. All right, so what are you going to see? You're going to see an example of a fully embedded Yellowfin environment. We're going to open up one that we've prepared earlier, so to speak. And then we're going to go ahead and look at building out an embedded Yellowfin experience from scratch. So we're going to look at the the REST API to generate your refresh, access, and login tokens, and the login tokens are for single sign-on. We're going to look at how those single sign-on tokens can be consumed. And then we're going to use the JavaScript API. So we're going to use the simple API to embed a dashboard. We're then going to switch it to the advanced API and show you some of the flexibility. And I'm going to show you a dashboard presentation and story embedded in an example, very simple platform simulation. And then, time permitting, we'll have a look at some white labeling as well. We'll just talk about that at a very high level. So let's get started. All right, so let's have a look here. This is, so this is a platform, a procurement platform called Lacurio. And this is not Yellowfin here. So this is an app that's been developed, a fictional app really. And we can go ahead and log in as Tom. So when we log in, it's going to authenticate us as normal and present the order management screen in the application. Now, all of these elements on the screen look like they're native parts of the application, and that's what we're shooting for. But one thing you'll notice is that we actually have a number of different charts further down the page, and all of these charts are actually provided by Yellowfins. They look seamlessly part of the platform, but they're actually provided by Yellowfin. And this includes drill throughs. For example, I click on one of these reports here, or one of the chart elements. You can see that we've pulled out a list of all of the sales for the various categories within or SKUs within that product family. One thing that's really cool is I can go ahead and filter. So let's say I just want to look at whiskies. I can go ahead and do that, and you can see that not only the native parts of the application have been filtered, but also the Yellowfin artifacts are being filtered as well. So you can see here, I'm just looking at whiskies. So you can create this really engaging, really integrated user experience using the embedded Yellowfin capabilities. Just going down the page, you can see we have some signals that have been generated by AI that will give me an idea about various patterns in the data that have been identified by Yellowfin. So you can see these have been surfaced. You can see some of the correlated metrics, and all of this is automatically generated natural language as well. If I look at the analysis, all automatically generated natural language. You can see we have a list of orders here. So what I can do is click on an order, and you can see that's going to pop out a Yellowfin dashboard. You might remember that I was talking about some of the embedded user experience, and this is one of them where you can embed a dashboard within the user experience here. So adding a lot of value. Let's go ahead and switch to our category orders and go ahead and open that. And you can see here we have a waffle chart in the shape of a wine bottle. And this is one of those examples of using JavaScript library. So this is not a native Yellowfin chart. All of these other charts are native, but this particular one is clearly a highly customized chart. And that's one we brought in via an external charting library. So all of these are embedded pieces of content, as I mentioned, but we can also switch to my reports here. And what you'll notice is, my dashboards, and you'll notice we've just switched to a different port. So this is actually redirected to Yellowfin, but you can see that Yellowfin is being completely white labeled to look like the source system. So as far as the user's concerned, the end user, it looks like the source system. They haven't moved away, but in fact, they have actually navigated to Yellowfin. And through this, users could go ahead and create their own report. So this is the self-service BI experience that I was talking about, and they could go ahead and add various details in to explore their data in more detail. And all of this looks like it's part of the platform, but in fact, it's been provided by Yellowfin. So what we're going to do in today's session, the hands-on session, is start looking at how we can create something like that using a demo application. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to get us logged into Yellowfin. And to do this, I'm going to bring up my Postman screen, which allows me to go ahead and access the REST API. So in order to authenticate to Yellowfin programmatically, we need to first create a refresh token. The refresh token is linked to the org that you want to authenticate to. So I'm going to go ahead and run this refresh tokens call, and you'll see here that it has returned a refresh token for me. We've got a little bit of JavaScript here which will save this security token so we can use it in future calls as a variable. And you can see we've got some headers in here as well. So I'm basically determining which version of the API I'm using, and we're passing through various the current timestamp, etc., and looking at the content type. So what we're going to do now is go to the access tokens. So we've generated a refresh token. We're going to now use that refresh token to generate an access token. And you can see in the authorization header, we're passing through that refresh token that I generated just a moment ago, and you can see it there. So I'm going to go ahead and execute that call, and that's going to return my access token, which lasts for 20 minutes. So this allows me to run subsequent API calls. So for example, I wanted to onboard users, I wanted to create a client or create a group, I could do that using the access token. And finally, if I want to sign a user in, we would use a login token. A login token is a single-use token, lasts for 5 minutes, but it can only be used once. It's like a ticket. And you can see here I'm going to be passing through the access token that I created. And we're also going to be passing through the credentials of the user. But just to be clear, we don't normally need to pass the password in. There's a configuration parameter whereby I can just pass through the username without the password. So I'm going to go ahead and pass that through, run this call, and you can see it's returned my login tokens. That's my login token. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that, and I'm going to paste this into my browser. And I'm just going to show you how, one way at least, of how these login tokens can be consumed. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this little string. So I've got the Yellowfin server base URL. I've got login.i4, then login web service ID equals, and I've got my login token. So what you're going to see here is when I click this, it's going to bypass the Yellowfin login screen, and you can see it's going to go straight to the dashboard. So it's created a session and logged me in without having to put a username and password in. So when you're authenticating users, you don't need to, of course, get them to enter a second set of credentials. You'd never want to do that. So that's what you can do. All right. Okay, so we've authenticated, and you'll see here that on another tab, I have my Turbo Acme ERP. Not a great name, but it'll be great. It'll be fine for this demo. And I've got just a very simple application which has a number of different tabs. We've got finance, we've got analytics. And what we would like for this product is on the finance tab, we want to embed a dashboard. And on the analytics tab, we want to embed a self-service BI experience. And you can see at the moment, we don't have anything there. They just got placeholders. But what we're going to do is go ahead and embed some content in there. All right, so let's get started. We're going to go flip back to Yellowfin, and this is a dashboard here, this sales performance dashboard. What I want to do is I want to embed this particular dashboard in my application. So I'm going to go ahead and click share and embed, and I'm going to pick up this little piece of JavaScript here. Just a quick, I might just quickly cover that you can see we've got the base URL as HTTP localhost 8080. If you're going to be doing this yourself, just note that in the configuration pane here, you need to put the base URL here. So when you generate that snippet, it's going to have the correct port, for example, and the correct base URL. Okay. You also have the allowed origins, so you can put your cause. So if you're basically, this is a trust between Yellowfin and your application if it's on a separate machine. But let's go back to the dashboards and just have a look at that once again. We're going to pick up that embed link. There it is, and we're going to copy that. Alrighty, so now I'm going to go ahead and move over to my Visual Studio Code, and we're going to have a look at this particular application. So this is a very simple HTML page. You can see we've got a whole lot of CSS that's sort of embedded in the page, and then we just have a couple of divs and a couple of menus effectively. So what I'm going to do is under this heading Turbo Acme ERP Finance in this main content div, I'm going to go ahead and add in my little piece of JavaScript and go ahead and save that. Okay, I'm going to flick back to Yellowfin, and in fact, I'm going to flip back to my my application. Go ahead, reload that page, and voila, we have the same Yellowfin dashboard embedded in the page. Now, there are some things here that we might want to change, and we can do these with the embed link. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch the code to use the advanced API, which is not the embed link, but the advanced API, which has a little bit more flexibility, and we're going to base our the work that we do on that. So let's go ahead and just replace that little piece of JavaScript, or the embed link with a little snippet from the JavaScript API. So you can see we're first of all loading the JavaScript API, and then we have some code that goes ahead and calls this load dashboard function. And what we're doing here is we're going to load a particular dashboard ID. We're going to choose where we deliver it, and then there are some additional pieces of configuration, or I should say options that we can generate as well. So let's go ahead and just check that our dashboard UUID is correct. So we're going to go back to Yellowfin, and we can actually get it from this URL here. I can go ahead and just copy that UUID. This is the unique identifier of the dashboard. And I'm going to go ahead and pop it just here. Okay. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to go ahead and reload the application. And there we go. We've loaded the same dashboard in this, but just in a different way now. And generally, the reason I'm showing the advanced API is that we find that our clients generally prefer to use it because it's a lot more flexible. So what we're going to do here is we're going to modify one of these parameters. So just switching back, you can see we have this this sort of toolbar. And I don't really want to show the toolbar because I want to make this look like a native part of the application. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to false and save that. Switch back to Yellowfin, and you can see now that we are loading the dashboard as well. But it looks now a lot more integrated into the platform. And of course, there are other changes we could make. We could, of course, remove that little shadow there, but of course that's just a matter of styling. All right, so now let's look at a couple of other things. So I might want to, instead of the dashboard, I might want to load a presentation instead. So we'll go back to Yellowfin and we're going to find a presentation. Presentations at Yellowfin are kind of like PowerPoint on steroids. So PowerPoint where you are able to embed live charts. So it's really good to present information to clients. So this is the monthly sales deck. I think that's the one that we want to, that's the one that we want to embed. And what I can do here is I can go ahead and copy the UUID to clipboard, which is a really nifty way of doing it. Now, under the hood, a presentation and a dashboard are actually really the same thing. So we still use the same load dashboard function, but I'm going to show the toolbar this time. So let's switch back to our application and reload it. And you can see here we have our presentation nicely embedded in our platform, and you can see we can go ahead and scroll through all those slides. We have some clients that deliver presentations to thousands and thousands of people. We've got one client who is in the investment advisory space, and they are very, very heavy users of presentations. You can see you can also download to different formats. It's got Excel, but you can also download those to PDF with the appropriate permissions. Let's look at something else. We've got something called a story in Yellowfin as well. And a story looks like this. It's kind of like a blog. And it allows you to create a data story. So you can embed charts, live charts or snapshot charts, and create a whole lot of commentary to maybe write a post-mortem, etc. So I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and load a story in an application as well. So we're going to go ahead and just pick up a new piece of code, very, very similar to the other one. There we go. So instead of the load dashboard, we're now going to use the load story function. And we're going to get the story UUID. So let's make sure that it's correct. So I could just easily pick it up from here. There we go. Pop that in there. Save. And now we're going to go ahead and reload. Oh, let's have a look at what's gone wrong. Let's go back to our story and make sure we copied the right UUID. Okay, we'll switch back. All right, copy the wrong UUID. That'll do it. So let's go back to our application and we'll reload it. And there we go. So make sure you copy the correct UUID. It's always a good thing. And with the story, of course, we could remove the header as well if we wanted to. So that's how you go ahead and use the JavaScript API to embed content in your application. And so you can make this a lot more sophisticated. For example, you can add multiple reports and you can have centralized filters to control them all. And I suppose with your session management as well, with your login tokens, you might want to, for example, generate a login token and then use like an AJAX call to generate it in the background, for example, so that it can be shared across your anything that's embedded and anything else, any other Yellowfin content. So, because really the session, the login token, is attached to the browser via a cookie. Alrighty, so we've created our finance reporting, so our embedded reporting. What I'm going to do now is switch to the Analytics tab, and what I'd like to do is create a self-service BI experience. And I want to do that within my application. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and use an iframe in this situation. There are other techniques we can use, but I'm going to use an iframe. So let's go ahead and move to our Analytics HTML page, and I'm going to go ahead and just put this little bit of code here, which is going to load a Yellowfin within an iframe. So now I'm going to switch to I'm going to reload my Analytics tab. And there we go. We have Yellowfin that is loaded within an iframe. And of course, you can make it a bit better. I'm not a web developer, so you're going to make it look a lot better than me. But you can see here, we could go ahead and create a new report if we wanted to. And this is how your users could explore their own data and drag and drop. And really, this is all part of Yellowfin, but provided within your application. And you can see we can now switch backwards and forwards between the embedded dashboard on our finance page. I should say the embedded story because we changed it, and the self-service BI experience. Of course, that splash screen would not come up with a full version license. There are a whole lot of other things that you can do. So when you create the login token, you can define that the header isn't shown, so it just shows everything below the header. There's a huge amount of flexibility in how you might craft that user experience. So the last thing I wanted to briefly talk about was just styling in Yellowfin. One of the great things about Yellowfin is that all of the different components of Yellowfin can be restyled to suit your color scheme. So for example, let me just go ahead and right click on this blue header bar here. I'm going to go ahead and inspect that. And let's have a look at some of the CSS in here. Make this a little bit bigger. Just drag that across, give us a bit more real estate. There we go. All right, so we've got our styles. Now, you'll see that we've got all these root styles at the bottom of the page here. Now, one of the really easy ways to restyle is you can go ahead and make changes to these root styles. There we go. I'm just going to make some horrendous colors just to prove a point here. So sorry to all our graphic design friends who are cringing at what I'm showing you here. But you can see here that now we've had multiple changes that have been made off the back of changing just a couple of these root styles, and these root styles inherit through the classes. Now, the way to do this is really it's very, very easy. All you need to do is copy the changes to the classes, and we can go ahead and put those in a file on the Yellowfin server, and Yellowfin will look at any of the files in that particular directory. It's called the custom CSS directory, and any of those classes and elements will take precedence over the root classes. Or the classes that are built into Yellowfin natively. One of the really great things about this is you can also style per client org. So it's really, really flexible, really, really extensible, and you can craft it exactly how you like. All right, so we're a little bit over time, so we're probably going to have 10 minutes for questions, but what I'm going to do is just finish off with a couple of quick slides. So just to recap, so we looked at, during the demo, the Big Fish or Lecurio fully embedded Yellowfin environment, and you could see what that would look like as a sort of a finished product. Then we looked at the REST API and how we used a refresh token, access token, and a login token to create a session for our user, so for SSO. And I made a point that can be done in the background via an AJAX call. The login token can be consumed in a number of ways, but that creates a session in the browser. And then from there, you can use the JS API, either the simple or advanced JS API, to embed individual objects in your application. But you can also embed the Yellowfin UI as well into the application. We looked at that self-service BI experience that we delivered through an iframe. But noting that there are other options over and above iframes to do that as well. And we also very briefly spoke about the white labeling in Yellowfin. So briefly, some considerations for embedded BI. It's really important to think about what your vision is for analytics in your product. What kind of user experience, analytical user experience, do you want to provide for your customers? And what do you want to provide today? What do you want to provide next month, in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months' time? It's really important to think about that long term so that you can organize not only your technical architecture, but also your commercialization and monetization into the future. Because you don't want to monetize it in one way and then have to kind of change that necessarily down the track. Some of that can be difficult. So a vision is really important, and it's one thing that we can help you with. We work with our clients on that analytics vision, on how to monetize analytics and how to create a really great user experience for our clients. The other thing is about getting your data ready. I briefly touched upon this, but you might have a transactional database, and that may be appropriate for reporting, but it may not be. So there's definitely some considerations around looking at what your analytical load will be and whether you might need some helper tables or maybe a separate data lake or data warehouse to support your analytics environment, because you want to make sure that it performs nicely for your end users and is easy to use as well. It's really important that especially the self-service BI experience is easy and straightforward for your non-technical users to use. And if you have complicated data structures, some of those can make it difficult if clients are getting duplicates and they don't really know why. There are a whole lot of really great products to automate your ELT or your data integration. One of those is in the Idera family called Warescape, which is a metadata-driven ETL tool that allows you to move data from one point to another and create some beautiful star schema type dimensional models. So getting started with Yellowfin. How do you install and deploy Yellowfin? Well, there are a number of different options. I'm going to talk about 3 of them. One is a self-installation where you install Yellowfin on a virtual machine or your local PC, and that involves, first of all, getting a free trial license, and I'm going to share the slides. You'll get this. You can use this link, and then you need, of course, a Windows or Linux machine. You need to install the JRE FX. I recommend 11, JRE 11 FX. Needs to be FX. So you can go to, if you type in Zulu Java download, that'll get you to the OpenJDK or JRE. You also need a database as well. Now, you can use the inbuilt database for a sandbox. So you don't need to actually have a separate database if you use what's called the HSQL database. And that's really just for evaluation purposes. For production, you would have, you usually use something like Postgres. And then you would go ahead and install Yellowfin. And I'm going to give you a link in a couple of slides to do that. Option 2 is an AWS image. So if you log into AWS, you'll see that there is an image that you can deploy, which includes a 12-month 3-user license. That deploys to a Linux VM with a Postgres database. And that's probably the easiest way to get started using Yellowfin. The other option is a Docker deployment. So you can pull and run the Docker image. I would recommend the all-in-one image, which this is for a sandbox environment, which includes that HSQL database. And that means you don't need a separate image. And you need to request a trial license and then you can go ahead and use that trial or developer license when you're initializing the image. Here are a whole stack of useful resources that will help you with some of the things I was just speaking about. The Yellowfin Wiki is fantastic. You've got the REST API reference for all of the endpoints. Got the developer toolkit, which gives you all the details around the JS API and the SOAP API and some of the other things. You've got the evaluation guide, which is really great to look at all of the various features in Yellowfin and the value you can build out for customers. Really good if you're getting a business case together for your senior stakeholders. Got a whole lot of training references. Yellowfin University is amazingly good for self-service training, and we actually are in the process of making it even better. We also have some getting started content for developers. That's for using the REST API, and also a tutorial for the report writers, which is really great as well. We also have some white papers that I'd highly recommend, especially this info doc for developers about why and how to embed Yellowfin and getting your data ready for analytics, which focuses on that data piece I was just talking about. Here are some links to the Yellowfin portal, requesting a dev license and the AWS image. And also we've got some installation videos on Windows, Linux, and Docker, so feel free to have a look at those. I'd highly recommend you look at those before starting your deployment of Yellowfin. So just a little bit before we finish about Monera. So as I mentioned, we are a Yellowfin-focused full-service analytics consulting company. We've got consultants spread out across North America, Australia, Asia, and we have a huge amount of experience in Yellowfin. So please do get in touch with us if you would like to get some assistance with getting Yellowfin deployed or have any questions about anything Yellowfin. We also get heavily involved in data integration and data engineering as well, especially in that ISV use case where you have multiple customers. So we've built out a lot of different artifacts that allow you to deploy multiple data warehouses en masse when you have multiple clients' source systems. So we get heavily involved in that data integration space, as well as advanced analytics as well. So AI and large language models, machine learning, and data science. So feel free to get in touch with me if you have any questions. You've got my email address there and my LinkedIn, so feel free to connect. And that's our website as well. So thank you very much for your time. And now I'm going to leave a little bit of time for questions. So this is now the time to ask some questions, and I encourage you to ask anything that maybe wasn't clear during the presentation.
So there was a little pause at the end of the video there. We're all going, yeah, when's it stopping? When's it stopping? That was a great presentation. And we do have Edgar live in the studio. Let's see, is Martha going to click it or am I going to click it? Ready? I will do it because Martha's not done it. See, sometimes what happens is if we both click it at the same time, Edgar, you will zoom in and out like you've gone crazy or something.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I appreciate you getting up so early. I know you said you're used to it, and we had a brief talk backstage about this, but I don't care how used to it you are, it still kills you when you get up at 5 a.m. So appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
Okay, so yeah, so I want to just make sure that we get a couple of, you actually work for Monera, which is that company, that's right, yeah?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, okay, and then the company that we're actually, the product that we're talking about is Yellowfin. So if they want to hear more about Edgar, then go to Monera. And if they want to know more about the product, go to Yellowfin BI. And of course, as ever, our main man Patrick is making sure the links are down at the bottom as well. So there's no escaping us. In fact, what I'll do, I'll put the QR code for Monero up the top. Hang on 1 second. There you go. So a very interesting presentation. I did do one a while ago myself with Yellowfin. I can't remember who was on it. It might have been, I don't think it was you. Were you on it?
Don't think it was me. Yeah.
No, okay. It was some other Australian. I can't remember who it was. Yeah. Actually, you know what? It might have been Stephen Bull from Embarcadero. But anyway,
Okay,
the point is, what we did was we actually showed. We didn't go in depth in the product like you did. You did a very good job of sort of showing everything, but I showed a Delphi app that can actually embed Yellowfin in it. So I kind of just showed a brief overview of, oh look, here's some cool graphs and stuff like that from Yellowfin, and then I had the Delphi app with it embedded, and that used the API. So you know, it's pretty good. I didn't write it. It was actually Stephen Ball, and in fact, if I point to that now, if people want to try it out in Delphi, if they go to Yellowfin BI and download a trial, I think you can even get a developer trial. And then if you scan that and go to the GitHub repo, you can download the Delphi version, and it's very easy to get it working. That app for the Delphi developers who are watching is VCL and FMX. I know that I mean absolutely nothing to you, Edgar, but all the people watching know they'll understand. It's good. So if I was to say to you, because there are some other systems out there that do BI, you know, people have mentioned it and things like that. What is it that Monero sees in Yellowfin that maybe they would use rather than some alternatives? Is there some kind of like gotcha thing where you're like, yeah, this is the feature?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so Ian, I actually started off as a Yellowfin customer. So it was the director of analytics at a large multinational HR software vendor, and we embedded Yellowfin within our platform. And the platform was primarily aimed at, or is primarily aimed at, federal government in various countries, US, Australia, etc. And one of the things that was really important to us was security, especially in that federal governance space, security and governance. And I touched on in the presentation the multi-tenant capability of Yellowfin. And it doesn't operate in isolation. There's a whole lot of other security features and governance features that fit into that piece. Especially around centralized metadata layer and centralized administration of all those security rules. And so come to us with challenges around governing row-level security and various niche security requirements that, to be frank, with other vendors, they just haven't been able to. And a lot of us failed start with another vendor when they just weren't able to achieve the security model that they needed, and it was a lot of these things are Yellowfin's always had those security, really advanced, flexible, deep security features available in the platform. So I'd call that as a really big part of it, and the multi-tenancy is really core to that. So, for example, we in that federal government space, there are often requirements to not having single monolithic databases with shared data. It needs to be separated to different database platforms. We have a client, for example, I think it's maybe Redshift. I can't quite remember. So Yellowfin actually allows the dynamic switching of those databases. That is, as I said, a non-negotiable for a lot of government clients. So I would definitely call out a lot of those things. And as I mentioned before, as an embedded solution from the ground up, a lot of the other tools have been kind of retrofitted, especially retrofitted one for web. Yellowfin's always been a web-based product, so it's never needed to be sort of retrofitted. to be retrofitted to that multi-tenant embedded use case. It's always been part of the platform, and for that reason, it's baked into its core.
Yeah, your audio is breaking up a little bit, but it's okay. We heard what you said. It was only on the last couple of syllables of a word, so that's always excellent.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's fine. It's not a problem. And I have to say, when I tried out Yellowfin, and I remember when we did the demo, the weirdest thing happened. We had a customer who, or a viewer that was watching, and it was in this kind of scenario as well, and they exactly had that problem. Funny you should mention it, but it was they wanted security and they wanted granularity. They wanted to be able to say these people can see this, but those people can't, and it needed to be, not just like kind of Mickey Mouse bolted on security and user view control, but it had to be something very granular. And the person that was watching actually kept asking questions, which was good because we like people asking questions. And I understand they ended up going for a trial as well. So that was a successful webinar because they're like, yeah, okay, we'll talk later and have a trial. So it does, it does work. I like the product. It's not, it's not really suitable for small businesses. If you're a mum and pop shop, as they would call in the United States, or a small coffee shop in England or something like that, this is not your tool. This is not something for you. You're going to want to use an Excel spreadsheet or something like that because that's the kind of data you're looking at. But if you are a medium-sized business, or at least a sufficiently complex business, or one that has some reporting, requirements that are actually relatively rigid, like financial reporting requirements, even if you're a small business, that can actually be the case if you're in certain markets like military or banking or something like that. Then Yellowfin is the tool for that kind of thing because it is built for it. And I'm sure Monera would work out a kind of appropriate budget for them, put it that way.
Yeah, look, you're spot on there, Ian. Really, Yellowfin generally operates in two spaces. One is the software vendor space. So we work with a lot of smaller software vendors that have that are growing. I suppose embedded analytics. And we also work with I would say to very large organizations on the enterprise space. And we've done some really interesting stuff. There are some well-known companies that you would all recognize that, for example, have Yellowfin reports embedded in things like, end client, I suppose, shopfront stuff and things like value. But yeah, you're right. We don't generally sort of play sort of a tiny space if you're a small business looking to do internal reporting for 10 people.
It's like someone selling a BMW. If you're going to just use it to go backwards and forwards to the shop every day, you've spent an awful lot of money on a very expensive car that can do the same things as a much cheaper vehicle. And that's the case. That if all you ever do is use your BMW to go and get your groceries, well, good luck to you, and buy me something nice because you've got too much money. That's my attitude. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, look, I appreciate you staying up. It was a great presentation, and we were talking behind the scenes about various things, and the strength of these webinars as well. Although we get quite a few people live, it's more actually in the individual sessions that get chopped up and reused and replayed. And this is one that I think is actually very interesting for certain types of our customers as well. Obviously, Yellowfin is an Idea company, so we have that kind of daddy says play nicely kind of attitude. But actually, I get on very well with the Yellowfin guys and girls as well. I shouldn't say guys and girls. That's very condescending and misogynistic of me. That's the word I'm looking for. The team at Yellowfin, I get on very well with them.
Team's the right word. Yeah. No, it's a pleasure.
Yeah, and it's good to talk to you as well, Edgar. I really appreciate you getting up a little bit earlier than normal and putting some effort in. But thanks a lot for that.
Very welcome. Yeah, no, and I know you've put a huge amount of effort into putting this the couple of weeks together. It's been awesome. So thanks for having us, Ian. And just to everyone, please feel free to reach out and get in touch and connect. I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, that's absolutely 100%. And you know, we pass on business inquiries and things like that anyway. But good job. All right. Well, thanks a lot then. I'm going to let you go and probably have a nap, I think, or something like that. Probably not, though. I'd imagine it's breakfast. I said to Edgar the other day, because Edgar is in Australia, I said, "You're coming to me from the future, because isn't it Friday for you now? Is that right?"
It is 7.
Yeah, Friday. It's very cool.
Friday. It's Friday. That's right. Yep. Yeah. It's almost the weekend for me, so I'm a little bit closer.
Very, very strange. This happens to me all the time. I go and talk to the Australian Delphi user group, and it's tomorrow whenever I talk to them. It's the weirdest thing. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks a lot then, Edgar.
Thanks,
I'll
Ian.
talk to you another time.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Well, Edgar, really great guy. Really, I love his presentation style. I think he gets right to the point, and shows exactly what he should show without getting too tedious. Unlike me, who is a professional tedium. That is my job in life. But anyway, thanks very much to everyone. We are done for the day. This was the longest day we had so far. I think we're up to like 40 sessions in the webinar series. It's dragging on us a bit. Producer Martha's disappeared off of the back studio back area, so that's fine. I'm left to drive, which is always dangerous. But I want to thank everybody, the regular viewers and watchers that have been along. And because it is that time, we have to play out. Oh, I need to make my audio a bit quieter, otherwise I get told off. And we will play out with Code Monkey.
I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Coulton.
Code Monkey, get up, get coffee. Code Monkey, go to job. Code Monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say Code Monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do Code Monkey think? Code Monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code Monkey not say it out loud. Code Monkey not crazy, just proud. Code Monkey likes Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code Monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code Monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code Monkey not thinking so straight. Code Monkey not feeling so great. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Lots. Code Monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code Monkey just keep on working. eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code Monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code Monkey just waiting for now. Code Monkey says someday, somehow. Code Monkey like Fritos, Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey, get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or app method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Colton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you'll find links to download Jonathan Colton's song as well.
Thanks for watching, everybody. See you tomorrow at the same time for our final day, and it's absolutely packed. See you. Bye-bye.